Hunting Hollywood greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction, so please don't attempt real magic. The results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 26: Hollywood's Hidden Threshold. When they first met, neither of them was in a hurry to talk about business, but just chatted casually. More than 10 minutes later, Simon repaired a tire, washed his hands and came back, and then he looked at Sandra Bullock again. In the past timeline, compared with Julia Roberts and Nicole Kidman, Hollywood actresses whose acting careers were smooth sailing, Sandra Bullock should be considered a late bloomer. Born in 1964, Sandra Bullock was already 30 years old when she starred in her famous work Speed. However, with a popular image of national silly girl and her own diligence and high productivity, Sandra Bullock has continued to maintain the active period of her acting career for more than 20 years since she became famous. In 2013, when veteran actresses such as Julia Roberts had begun to gradually fade out of the fans' field of vision, Sandra Bullock was still able to get a record-breaking single film salary of up to $70 million with Gravity, becoming the veritable box office queen of Hollywood. Sandra Bullock is just 22 years old now. It is indeed just. Simon called Sandra Bullock after returning to Los Angeles on Friday evening, but did not set the meeting time for yesterday. Because yesterday was July 26th, Sandra Bullock's birthday. This is what Simon saw on the girl's resume on Thursday. Simon also saw from the resume that Sandra Bullock graduated from North Carolina with a major in drama performance, which is why he basically decided to let her play the leading role in Lola Run before the audition. Due to the extremely low industry threshold, Hollywood stars always seem to give people the illusion that they are born to act without learning at all, but the fact is far from that. In Hollywood, almost all stars need to actively or passively accept various performance training in the process of becoming famous. Take the famous Oscar nailhouse Meryl Streep for example. Most people only see that Aunt Meryl has been nominated for Oscars again and again, but few people notice that Aunt Meryl is a graduate of Yale University's drama performance major. Those ignorant people who want to reach the pinnacle of life in Hollywood with their good looks are more likely to end up in the valley. No Hollywood film company will casually let a newcomer with no acting experience participate in a movie with an investment of millions of dollars. Similarly, Run Lola Run is very important to Simon, who wants to knock on the door of Hollywood. He is definitely not as casual as it seems in selecting the heroine. Before sending an invitation to Courtney, it was also during their several casual chats that Simon learned that Courtney had been in Hollywood for 3 years and had just starred in a TV series. Her experience and qualifications are enough. Now, Sandra Bullock, who graduated from a standard school, is the same. After all, it is just an ultra-low-cost production with a budget of only about $100,000. Simon still hopes to spend more money on film production. Don't think about professional actors with better qualifications. The girl in front of him is undoubtedly just right. Moreover, she is familiar enough. Under the eaves of the motel, Sandra wore a formal shirt and casual trousers for the afternoon meeting. Seeing Simon looking at her without hesitation, she knew that the audition might have begun. She straightened her posture and tried to look Simon in the eye. However, this boy actually had a pair of beautiful blue eyes. She didn't have any. With this thought, she couldn't help but think of the scar on her left eye corner caused by an accidental fall when she was a child, so she subconsciously tilted her head. Her momentum was completely lost. Simon didn't notice these details in Sandra's expression. Finally, he lowered his head and glanced at the flat sandals on her feet. Then he walked to his bicycle, patted the handlebars, and said to Sandra, "Let's go. I happen to have something else to do. I'll talk to you on the way." Hearing Simon speak, Sandra Bullock nodded quickly. Then she felt that her reaction was a bit stupid. After a short pause, Sandra pointed at Simon's bicycle and said, "Shall we ride a bike?" Simon nodded and said, "It's near Douglas Park. You can leave your bike here for the time being." Sandra Bullock remembered the distance she had just rushed from there, so she stopped objecting. Simon said hello to the Spanish old man who was still watching the excitement next to him, and took Sandra out of the motel. Although it was the weekend, The traffic on the street outside the hotel was still very sparse. Simon pushed the bicycle off the curb, stepped on the bike, and handed the backpack to the girl behind him. Then he pointed to the back seat and said, "Get on." Sandra Bullock subconsciously took Simon's backpack and felt dizzy sitting on a boy's bicycle. Sitting sideways on the back seat, holding a gray canvas backpack in her arms, Sandra stared blankly at the grass and trees on the street that began to recede. The chaotic thoughts in her mind kept turning around, and it took a while for them to come together. "Dad, your daughter is going to be kidnapped by a poor boy on a bicycle." The little man who jumped out from a corner of her heart shouted this, and Sandra couldn't help but burst out laughing. "This idea is really stupid." Simon heard laughter behind him and asked, "What's wrong?" "No, nothing." Sandra shook her head quickly, grabbed the hem of Simon's t-shirt, and took the initiative to say, "You can call me Sandy." Simon responded, "Okay. Then, Simon, why don't you tell me about the movie?" "It's mainly because it can't be explained in a few words. I promised to treat you to dinner, and we have an afternoon, right?" "Okay, but there should be a story, right?" "The story is very simple. The gangster Manny lost $100,000, and his girlfriend Lola must raise the money for him within 20 minutes, otherwise Manny will most likely be killed by his boss." "It sounds exciting." "It will be more exciting to shoot, and it will be very tiring, so you have to be mentally prepared. I haven't agreed to star in your movie yet, have I?" Imagine, many years later, you start writing your memoirs. "Simon Westeros invited me to star in his first movie, as if it was destined, and I agreed immediately. It's so legendary, right?" Sandra couldn't help laughing again and said, "I don't know if it's legendary or not, but I definitely met an egomaniac today." "Well, don't write this sentence down then." Haha. Since they were talking about a movie, the two of them continued to chat about this topic unconsciously. As Simon introduced more details about Lola Run in detail, Sandra gradually realized that no matter what, this must be a very cool movie. For the sake of the girl behind him, Simon did not ride fast. About 10 minutes later, Simon took Sandra to a store called Strong Watch Shop near Douglas Park. Unlike other watch shops, this shop can provide customers with handmade customization services. Simon got the information about this shop from Jonathan's assistant Owen Wright. It is said that many Hollywood movies also customize clock props here. Chapter 27 Clear Purpose. Vincent, not black gears. I need bright gears with a metallic luster, preferably stainless steel. Do they need grooves on the side? Just like the gears in Chaplin's Modern Times, I think that would be more artistic. No, the side doesn't need any grooves. That would be very monotonous, Simon. I'll show you a part and you'll know. Of course I know. But overlapping multiple gears to create a three-dimensional effect won't be monotonous, just like this concept drawing of mine. Simon, although your concept drawing is beautiful, it's actually very amateurish. So I'm the customer and you're the owner, Vincent. It's up to you to try to realize my idea. Moreover, when the wall clock is running, all these gears must rotate with it. I need to give people a very strong sense of the passage of time. 2 options, Simon. If you only need to show this one effect, I can set up another power system, which is very simple and cheap. If you want to integrate this set of gears with the mechanical structure of the clock, you may have to wait 2 or 3 months, and it's very expensive. I choose the first one. Okay, then, let's take a look at your next concept drawing. This is, a butterfly. At the counter of Strong's watch shop, Sandra Bullock was still holding Simon's backpack and sitting quietly next to the boy, listening to a series of conversations between him and Vincent Strong, the owner of the watch shop. Although she had a smile on her face, she felt a little distressed that she could not get a word in. At the same time, Sandra looked at the 2 concept drawings that Simon showed to the owner more than once. These are 2 wall clocks. The first one has a pendant, and the main body is composed of many densely packed gears. Since it is just a light gray pencil drawing, it is indeed easy to remind people of the scenes in Chaplin's Modern Times. The other clock is a butterfly with very beautiful patterns. The patterns and textures on the butterfly are cleverly divided into 12 hours. Listening to the conversation between Simon and the owner, he seemed to want to make it golden, which must be more beautiful. Simon and the owner discussed for more than 10 minutes, confirming in detail the various details of the 2 wall clocks and the custom prices. Finally, after paying the deposit, Simon took Sandra to leave the watch shop together. Standing on the street, Sandra saw Simon start to look around again, so she perked up and said with a nonchalant smile, "So, where are we going next?" Although the girl concealed it well, Simon still felt a slight complaint in Sandra's tone, and pointed to a cafe across the street. "Hey, I'll buy you a cup of coffee and talk about the movie." The dissatisfaction that had just risen in his heart disappeared immediately. He found that he seemed to be very happy to follow him across the street, and secretly laughed at himself. A useless guy. But it doesn't matter. Simon locked the bicycle on the street, and the two walked into the cafe together and found a seat to sit down. After they ordered coffee and a plate of muffins, Sandra asked, "Simon, what are the two wall clocks for?" Simon patiently explained, "They are two filming props. The gear wall clock is used to shoot the beginning of the movie, and the butterfly wall clock is the scenery in Lola's room. As clocks, they certainly represent the passage of time. However, the butterfly wall clock has another meaning. I hope this movie can pave the way for my other movie." In the original version of Run Lola Run, the two clock props that appeared successively were both European retro types. This is actually very consistent with the overall style of the ancient European metropolis of Berlin. However, Simon is now in Los Angeles, a brand new and vibrant city. Therefore, if the original version is copied, the two European retro clocks will appear very inconsistent in the new version. Since the time, location, storyline, etc. of the new version of the film need to be greatly adjusted, Simon is actually remaking another completely different Run Lola Run. In this case, Simon also intends to express some completely different concepts from the original version. In fact, the original version of Run Lola Run did not convey much profound philosophical thinking, and even just some specious truths. Director Tom Tykwer just wanted to show the various ideas he had accumulated as a crazy video game fan through a movie, so he wrote the script quickly and shot it quickly. The male lead was his good friend, the female lead was his girlfriend, and most of the other characters were acquaintances. Everyone happily made a very fun movie. Now, Simon's purpose in making this movie is also very simple and clear. First, make a cool movie to show Hollywood's ability. Second, through the production of this movie, get familiar with the production process of Hollywood movies in the film era. Third, promote the concept of butterfly effect and pave the way for the release of butterfly effect in the future. Among them, the first 2 points are the goals that Simon must complete, and the third point is incidental. If it can be achieved, it will be better, but it doesn't matter if it can't be achieved. However, although the third goal depends on luck, Simon still spares no effort in the performance details. The two wall clocks that have just been customized, the first modern gear wall clock is to match the new shooting environment. The second butterfly wall clock is a clear hint of the concept of the butterfly effect. In fact, Simon plans to set up 3 butterfly images in the film. If there are only 1 or 2, it will not leave a deep impression on the audience. If there are more than 3, it will be too common. Setting up 3 images is just right. The waiter brought the coffee for the two. Sandra waited for him to leave and asked, "Another movie? Are you going to make 2 movies?" "No," Simon shook his head and said, "the other one is the butterfly effect. You should have heard about what happened recently. I wrote that script." Sandra had just signed a contract with Jonathan last week. In the following days, the media storm surrounding the WMA packaging project and the company's internal fighting broke out. The girl was a little worried that she would have to find another agent just after signing the contract. How could she not know the butterfly effect? However, no matter what, she did not expect that the script of the butterfly effect would be written by the big boy opposite. Sandra stared at Simon for a while before she finally uttered a low exclamation, "Wow." Simon just shrugged and continued, "Most people who have read the script of the butterfly effect think that the name is too unpopular. The plot of Run Lola Run happens to explain the concept of butterfly effect very vividly. So, through the clear prop hint of the butterfly wall clock, I hope that Run Lola Run can let more people know the term butterfly effect. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28 Option Contracts. The two sat in the cafe until the evening, and Simon explained to Sandra Bullock in detail all the details of Run Lola Run. Sandra Bullock is a very straightforward person. She agreed to Simon's request to dye her hair without hesitation, and also said that she would start working out during this period to adapt to the upcoming high-intensity filming. Finally, Sandra did not express any objection to Simon's $5,000 salary. The matter of the heroine was settled. In a blink of an eye, it was a new week. After the article in the Los Angeles Times last Thursday, in the following days, some media really shifted their attention to the story content of the butterfly effect. Since it had taken over the project, Fox noticed this situation and began to preheat the promotion of the butterfly effect. WMA was even more happy to see the media shift their attention from the company's internal struggles to the packaging project itself. Therefore, under the guidance of many parties, the slightly unfamiliar words butterfly effect began to be noticed by more and more people. However, although many media began to mention Simon's name in the topic of the butterfly effect script, Jonathan successfully blocked all the invitations for Simon to interview himself. As a newcomer, the script transaction price of $200,000 is indeed amazing, but after all, he is just a movie screenwriter who is not paid much attention to by many people. Just like not many people still remember that last year, a new original script called Lethal Weapon was also sold at a high price of $250,000. In the final analysis, script transactions are actually more concerned by those fellow screenwriters who also want to stand out. Even if most ordinary people notice it, they often marvel and envy it, and then there will be no more. So, Simon's life is still very peaceful. Since he has agreed with Roger, Simon still did not leave Griffin's supermarket in the new week, and the fat boss is also happy that Simon, a young man who is paid low but still conscientious, continues to work for him. After several days of intensive negotiations, the final signing date of the package contract between WMA and Fox for the Butterfly Project was set on Tuesday. Simon arrived at the WMA headquarters at around 8:50 a.m., and Jonathan's black Mercedes-Benz sedan just happened to turn into the parking lot. After locking his bicycle, Simon walked to Jonathan, who was waiting for him not far away, shook hands with his agent, and said, "Good morning, Joe." "Good morning, Simon." Jonathan smiled and shook hands with Simon, but then looked at his bicycle. Jonathan lent Simon $20,000 before he went to San Francisco last week, and Simon only spent $500 during the whole process. However, after returning, Jonathan did not take back the money. He knew that Simon was still living in a motel, but just told Simon to choose a suitable residence as soon as possible. This money was considered as his advance payment for the royalties of the butterfly effect. Jonathan originally thought that Simon would be eager to improve his life when he suddenly had a lot of money in his hands. Unexpectedly, Simon was still riding the second-hand bicycle today, and his clothes did not change much. Although he admired the boy's self-control over money, Jonathan still advised, "Simon, you'd better buy a car as soon as possible. You can't live without a car in Los Angeles. Even if Fox's remuneration takes a few days, the $20,000 is almost enough." Simon smiled and nodded, saying, "I will consider it as soon as possible." Simon actually didn't want to improve his life. He had already made an appointment with a real estate agent and planned to rent an apartment as soon as possible in the next few days. Living in a motel is too inconvenient after all. But other than that, Simon has no plans to buy a car or other clothes for the time being. On the one hand, Simon is too busy. He arranges his time very fully and doesn't have much free time to shop. On the other hand, as the preparations for Lola Run deepened step by step, Simon became more and more aware that he might have misremembered a very important thing, which made him more cautious in spending money. After Simon and Jonathan arrived at the WMA headquarters, several other main creators of the butterfly effect, including director Brian De Palma, male-led Matt Dillon and female-led Elizabeth Shue, also arrived one after another. After Lou Weiss and other senior executives intervened briefly, Jonathan was now in charge of the project alone. Everyone held a brief meeting and then rushed to Fox Studios, which was not far from the WMA headquarters. On the Fox side, Ronald Goldberg, the president of Fox, also appeared at the signing ceremony, as well as David Giler, the producer of the Butterfly Effect on the Fox side. The signing ceremony started at 10 o'clock. However, the whole process was quite low-key, which was actually the common wish of both parties. In a conference room at the Fox headquarters, under the witness of lawyers from both sides, Simon, like several other people, frequently signed his name on 2 copies of the thick contract. After more than 10 minutes of busy work, it was finally finalized. Then there was a simple lunch meeting. Everyone had dinner together in a restaurant in Fox Studios. The heads of the two companies introduced each other to the various staff members who would be specifically responsible for the Butterfly Effect project. During this period, Simon was also notified that the first production meeting of the Butterfly Effect would be held next Monday, mainly to discuss the modification of the script. Although Simon was very confident that the script he provided was already quite complete. However, this kind of thing is inevitable. The studio has the right to modify the script according to the actual situation or even the personal wishes of the person in charge. Of course, Simon could actually refuse. But if so, the studio might be happier. They can find a more obedient screenwriter to modify the script, and Simon will not be able to get the remaining $60,000 balance in the contract. It can be said that the power to modify the script is not only the power of the studio, but also the power of the screenwriter himself. No screenwriter would want a script to be modified beyond recognition and eventually become a bad movie. Instead of letting others modify it, it is better to modify it yourself. After lunch, Brian De Palma and others drove away directly from Fox Studios, but Simon took a ride with his agent back to WMA headquarters, and his bicycle was still there. Fox's financial settlement is still very timely. If everything goes well, you will be able to get a check in the next few days. Jonathan looked at the boy opposite him in the agent's office and said, "So, Simon, with $200,000, do you plan to do anything?" Simon smiled and replied, "Make a movie, you know." Jonathan also laughed and said, "Speaking of this, except for the Butterfly Effect, you have never shown me your other scripts, especially Final Destination, which was actually seen by the studio first." Simon took out the script of Final Destination from his backpack, handed it to Jonathan, and said, "I have been too busy recently, and I almost forgot to give it to you." Jonathan took the script, but did not rush to open it. He said, "Fox has actually taken a fancy to this story. I have also read the outline. It is a very special idea, not much worse than the Butterfly Effect." "Simon, the question now is, do you want to hand the script to Fox now and exchange it for money, or wait until the Butterfly Effect is released?" Simon did not hesitate at all and said, "Of course it will be after the Butterfly Effect is released. I am still confident about this. The Butterfly Effect has become a green light project for Fox. Although the release date has not been determined, the release date will not be later than next summer. If Simon sells the script to Fox now, he will not get a very high offer due to the restrictions of the option contract. But if he waits patiently until the Butterfly Effect is released next year, the situation will be different. Of course, things will not necessarily develop in a better direction. Once the Butterfly Effect is a big success at the box office, the price of Simon's second script will naturally rise. On the contrary, if the Butterfly Effect fails at the box office, Fox will not only further suppress the offer, but in more serious cases, it will even completely abandon Simon's script. The option contract signed by Simon and Fox is for 5 years. Within 5 years, Fox will have the priority to choose Simon's other 2 scripts. The so-called priority option, in simple terms, means that Fox can get Simon's script first if the offer is the same. Moreover, over the years, a tacit understanding has actually been formed between film companies. As long as a screenwriter signs an option contract, unless the company voluntarily gives up, other studios will basically no longer participate in the competition for the other party's script, which also makes the relevant screenwriters only able to negotiate royalties with the production companies based on the performance of their previous works. Of course, if Fox is not satisfied with any of Simon's scripts during the 5-year contract, the initial $40,000 deposit will not be refunded when the contract expires. After discussing this matter, Simon took the initiative to mention Sandra's participation in Lola Run. Jonathan heard that the two had agreed on a salary of $5,000, and he also did not express any objection. These days, he was busy with the Butterfly Effect packaging project, and the agent still didn't know much about Lola Run. He even felt that Simon's offer was a bit high. However, as Sandra's agent, of course, he couldn't say such words. Anyway, the two of them had discussed it, so Jonathan asked Simon to find Owen and ask him to help Sandra prepare a contract. In any case, the agent still has to take a commission. Simon still has to rush to Roger's supermarket. He worked the middle shift in the last few days, from 3 p.m. to 11 a.m. After talking about these things with Jonathan, Simon got up and said goodbye. After leaving Jonathan's office, Simon just turned a corridor and heard the hurried footsteps of a group of people behind him, with a hint of arrogance that wanted to bump through anyone who stood in front of him. Somewhat puzzled as to who would be so flamboyant in the WMA headquarters, Simon moved to the side of the corridor and turned his head to see Matthew Broderick with an expression of reluctance and anger. He walked over with footsteps without caring that this was an office that needed to be kept quiet. Moreover, Matthew was followed by a group of men and women with equally noisy footsteps. Matthew Broderick obviously did not expect to meet Simon in the corridor of the WMA headquarters at this moment. While walking, he suddenly found Simon appeared in front of him. Thinking of the events of the past few days, his eyes that were originally unwilling and angry suddenly became more hateful. He stared at Simon fiercely, but his footsteps did not slow down. He hurriedly passed by Simon and walked out of the building. Simon did not know that in order to calm the incident as soon as possible, WMA finally chose to sacrifice the interests of Norman Broca and Matthew Broderick. However, feeling the hatred in the other's eyes, Simon was still a little more vigilant. The 6 or 7 men and women behind Matthew Broderick also passed by Simon one after another. The guy who was picked up by Simon in the bar at the beginning tried to bump into Simon provocatively, but Simon easily dodged him. This is not a place for trouble. Simon also saw Courtney's former roommate, Christy Swanson, in the crowd, but she obviously pretended not to see Simon at all, and left with a boy, mixed in with several other young people. Chapter 29 Instigation. Airship Bar near Santa Monica Beach. After leaving WMA headquarters, Matthew Broderick rushed here with a group of close friends. At this time, sitting in a booth on the second floor of the bar overlooking the dance floor downstairs, thinking about the events of the past few days, Matthew Broderick became more and more irritable, and suddenly raised his head and drank a full bottle of dark beer. He didn't care too much about losing the role in The Butterfly Effect. It was nothing more than a slightly better script. What Hollywood lacks the least is scripts. If he couldn't kick that guy out of the crew, he would have a quit on his own initiative. He's already a big star, so of course he doesn't need to work with people he hates. Isn't Spielberg often doing this? However, Matthew Broderick never expected that he would be the one kicked out in the end. If it was just like this, he might only be depressed for a while. But the development of things was once again beyond his expectations. Because he was inexplicably involved in this unfortunate incident, he not only became the one who was kicked out, but also had to sign a movie contract with Fox at a low price $3 million. After War Games 3 years ago, his salary has reached this much? Now, the genius is so successful at the box office that it can even squeeze into the top 10 of this year's box office rankings, but he still has to sign another contract with a salary of only $3 million. Damn WMA. In Norman Broca's office in the afternoon, Matthew Broderick almost turned his face on the spot and fired the other party directly. However, he still didn't dare to do it. The contract with WMA is only the most minor. So many people have switched to CAA in the past 6 months, and most of their contracts have not expired. The key is that he knows that if he angers Norman Broca, he may ruin himself. In this world, the person who knows a star's privacy best is often his agent. Fact. Cursing in a low voice, Matthew Broderick forced himself not to smash the beer bottle in his hand into the crowd downstairs. The anger suppressed in his chest that had nowhere to vent made him almost crazy. Matthew Broderick wanted to take another beer when he noticed the blonde girl whispering in the arms of his best friend Alan Sattler across from him. He suddenly remembered the guy he passed by at the WMA headquarters in the afternoon. It was all because of that damn butterfly effect. It was all because of that kid. Reaching out and pushing away the girl who was clinging to him, Matthew Broderick raised his hand to Christy Swanson across from him, but then he simply stood up and walked across. On the other side of the booth, seeing Matthew Broderick coming over, everyone else squeezed to the side. Sitting between Alan Sattler and another best friend Mark Stein, Matthew Broderick asked Christy Swanson without any reservation, "Christy, don't you know Simon Westeros?" Hearing Matthew's question, Mark Stein on his left immediately came over. The experience on the bar dance floor a few days ago left a deep impression on Mark Stein. Because of the way he struggled in Simon Westeros' hands at that time, some people even started calling him Monkey recently. This nickname that has spread unconsciously has made Mark Stein a laughingstock in the eyes of many people. As Matthew Broderick's best friend, Mark Stein is still very clear about the ins and outs of a series of events in WMA in recent times. At this time, When he heard Matthew Broderick take the initiative to mention Simon Westeros, he keenly realized that the time for his revenge had come. Unlike ordinary people outside the circle, many eyes in Hollywood have begun to unconsciously pay attention to a teenager named Simon Westeros during this period. Christy Swanson also realized that Simon is no longer the unknown person he was a few weeks ago. However, she didn't think that he could compare with Hollywood's popular young actors like Matthew. Hearing Matthew Broderick asking about Simon, Christy Swanson didn't even want to mention this person. She shook her head and said, "Matthew, we just ran into each other by chance that day. I only know that he works at Griffin Supermarket on 25th Street. Matthew Broderick was disappointed. If Christy Swanson knew where Simon lived, he would have wanted to take a group of buddies over immediately to beat that guy up and vent his depression and irritability. Now, that guy has made $200,000 with a script. It is obviously impossible for him to be a salesperson in a supermarket." Mark Stein noticed Matthew Broderick's lost expression and immediately said, "Matthew, maybe we can go to that supermarket to have a look. Even if he doesn't work there anymore, other people in the supermarket should know his whereabouts." Matthew Broderick began to hesitate again. He was a person who is afraid of trouble. Seeing this, Mark Stein continued to instigate, "Matthew, all these recent messes are caused by Simon Westeros's script. Don't you want to deal with that guy?" Mark Stein's tone was obviously gnashing his teeth, and his voice was a little louder. Alan Settler, who was hugging his girlfriend, heard Mark Stein's words and laughed loudly. "Monkey, you want to deal with Simon Westeros, right?" The young people around laughed loudly. Mark Stein stood up with a red face, pointed at Alan Sattler and said, "You dare to call me a monkey again?" Alan Sattler was not afraid at all, raised his eyebrows in protest, and raised his voice and said, "Monkey." Matthew Broderick saw Mark Stein jumping up and about to pounce on Alan Sattler, so he grabbed him and said, "Stop it." After saying this, Matthew Broderick still stood up and said, "Let's stop here today. Women stay, and men follow me." After hearing the conversation just now, several young people already understood Matthew Broderick's intention. Mark Stein was the first to jump up again, and several other young people also stood up with laughter and walked out with Matthew Broderick. Christy Swanson, who was left in the booth by her boyfriend, looked at a group of boys rushing away and just shrugged indifferently. "It's just a fight. Or in other words, someone will get beaten up. But it's no big deal." The time was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Matthew Broderick and his group of 6 drove 2 cars from the Airship Bar and soon found the Griffin Supermarket on 25th Street in Midtown. They were originally thinking about how to get information about Simon Westeros from the clerk. As soon as a young man who was sent to get information got off the car, he easily identified the figure standing at the cash register behind the glass door of the supermarket. After confirming the target, Mark Stein in the car behind immediately ran to the BMW in front and knocked on the car window. When the window rolled down, he said to Matthew Broderick in the passenger seat, "Matthew, shall we go in and drag that guy out?" Before Matthew Broderick could answer, Alan Sattler, who was driving, scolded him, "You are stupid. If you do this, it will be considered robbery. Of course, we should wait until that guy gets off work. And, Mark, what the hell are you doing with a baseball bat? It will kill someone." Mark Stein thought that he would get his revenge soon, so he didn't bother with Alan Sattler. He waved the baseball bat in his hand and said, "I know how to fight. You don't need to teach me. There are many young people who have similar part-time job experience. They know that the 24-hour supermarket will change shifts at about 11 o'clock in the morning." After wasting more than an hour, Matthew Broderick and others drove to the vicinity of Griffin Supermarket again, and soon saw Simon Westeros riding a bicycle and turning out from the alley behind the supermarket. The 2 cars started up immediately and followed quietly. After walking south along 25th Street for a distance, Simon Westeros turned directly onto Santa Monica Boulevard, which was still quite busy in the early morning. This was obviously still not the place to take action. They continued to follow for a while until Simon Westeros turned into a narrow street with sparse street lights between residential areas. The 2 cars accelerated tacitly. "I won't go over." Matthew Broderick thought about it and said cautiously to several of his best friends in the car who were eager to try, "You beat him up, and I will treat everyone to Las Vegas next week." Hearing Matthew Broderick's promise, the expressions of several young people in the car became more excited. Then, Alan Settler stepped on the brakes, the door opened, and the 3 young men rushed over to Simon Westeros, who was riding a bicycle in front. A figure behind him seemed even more impatient, waving a baseball bat and surpassing 3 people, chasing Simon Westeros, swinging the baseball bat mercilessly, and hitting Simon Westeros's back with a backpack. Matthew Broderick, who stayed in the car, saw Simon Westeros on the bicycle in front being knocked down on the road by Mark Stein. The other young men then cooperated tacitly to drag the young man on the ground to the alley next to him. A trace of worry flashed through his heart, and then turned into excitement, and he even regretted not going up together just now. In the darker alley, the muffled sound of fists and sticks hitting the flesh continued. The sudden baseball bat just now almost made Simon faint. The remaining instinctive consciousness made Simon curl up his body and protect his head with both hands. What's wrong? Such a doubt arose in his mind. Among the ruthless fists and feet, a thick wooden stick was mixed in. This is a baseball bat. Simon vaguely distinguished it. But someone will die. Is there really such a big hatred? A pool of water seeped into Simon's clothes, and the cold feeling came over him, gradually cooling Simon's consciousness. In the dim light, Mark Stein's expression was a little ferocious. All the humiliation he had suffered these days was brought back. Seeing the young man lying in the sewage without any resistance, Mark Stein even felt a bit lonely. Boy, if you have the guts, get up again. Shouting in his heart, Mark Stein swung the baseball bat in his hand at Simon again, this time aiming at the shoulder, and the dull hit was particularly obvious among the sounds of punches and kicks. However, when Mark Stein habitually wanted to raise the baseball bat again, he found that his hand was suddenly empty. Then, a clear sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded in the scattered kicking sounds. Buzz, snap. A clear sound of bones breaking came. The young man who besieged Simon suddenly fell to the ground, holding one of his legs and screaming, and his voice even had a crying tone. Ah, my leg, leg, my leg is broken. The sudden change made the other 4 people stunned. Mark Stein was the first to react. He rushed directly to Simon on the ground and shouted, "He stole my baseball bat." The broken leg of a companion not only did not scare the other 4 people, but also aroused the ferocity of these young people. So, under Mark Stein's reminder, the other 3 people also rushed over. Hold him down, hold him down. Grab the baseball bat first. Buzz, click. Another young man fell down immediately. I told you to hold him down, leg, call an ambulance, I need an ambulance. Shut up, stop screaming. Beat him to death. In the narrow alley, the remaining 3 young men were still besieging the young man who was trying to stand up from the ground. One held his body, one was punching and kicking, and the last one was trying to get the baseball bat back from his hand. After trying to get up again to no avail, Simon decisively gave up the baseball bat in his hand that made him unable to use it. He squinted at Mark Stein who was pressing on him, and suddenly gathered strength, and a fierce elbow hit the other side of the face. Mark Stein felt as if a hammer hit his face, and his head suddenly tilted, and he spat out a few teeth accompanied by blood. Seeing Mark Stein also fall to the ground and howl, the remaining 2 young men finally felt fear. Simon did not give them any time to hesitate. Without Mark Stein's restraint, he easily took back the baseball bat again. Buzz, click. No, Buzz, click. My leg, murder, you are murdering, I will sue you for murder. Finally stood up. Simon raised his head and felt that the light in front of him was a little red. Listening to the words of the young man under his feet, a thought flashed through his mind. Murder, this crime is very good. However, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. It seems that there is still one missing. This is not good. There were footsteps behind him, and Simon turned around and chased after him. When the first scream came from the alley, Matthew Broderick felt something was wrong. He could tell that the screams were from his best friend. Then, the second scream. The third scream. The fourth scream. Matthew Broderick gradually felt his hands and feet begin to get cold, and the original drunkenness had completely disappeared. However, the clearer his mind became, the more fear he felt. The noise became louder and louder, and the lights of some residents' homes around him also lit up, and there were dogs barking. Matthew Broderick touched the car door and wanted to get out to check. In the end, he couldn't muster up the courage. Perhaps it was just his own illusion. He stared at the entrance of the alley not far away, expecting his best friends to come out of it laughing and joking as usual. Then, sure enough, someone came out. However, Matthew Broderick saw a terrifying scene that he could not forget for many years. Mark Stein, with half of his face covered in blood, had just appeared at the entrance of the alley, and he fell to the ground not far away, as if he had been hit by a truck. Then, the creature covered in stains and unable to tell whether it was a human or a ghost followed silently with a baseball bat, silently picked up one of Mark Stein's legs, completely ignored the others wailing and begging, and slowly dragged Mark Stein into the dark shadows again like a dead dog. A moment later, a similar scream was heard again. Death? Such a word flashed through Matthew Broderick's mind. Unconsciously, his hands and feet began to tremble. His brain was down for a moment, and Matthew Broderick suddenly remembered his current situation. Worried about being discovered by the other party, he moved to the driver's seat tremblingly, started the car, and fled from this place that frightened him to the extreme. Chapter 30 It's really useless. Starting from Santa Monica, Los Angeles, driving west along California Highway 1 for more than 20 kilometers, you can reach Malibu. The 1980s was a peak period for the development of the real estate industry in the United States. The scenic Malibu inevitably became the focus of many real estate companies. It was during this period that countless luxury villas were built along the Malibu coastline, making this small town gradually become a feng shui treasure land where Hollywood stars and celebrities gathered. However, now in 1986, Malibu has not even been officially confirmed as a city under the name of Los Angeles County. The entire Malibu area, from Santa Monica in the east to Ventura in the west, has a total of less than 8,000 permanent residents on the long 40-kilometer coastline. The pointed corner in the center of the Malibu area is the famous Point Dume Park. On the seaside cliffs on both sides of Point Dume are located a group of the most luxurious sea view mansions in the Malibu area. It was already past 11 o'clock in the morning, and the lights were still on in a cliff villa on the east side of Point Dume Park. Janet Johnston had just returned from a party in the city. She took a comfortable bath and came out of the bathroom in a light nightgown. In the living room, Kathryn was still dressed in the same shirt and trousers she wore to the party. She was sitting on the sofa looking through the new shooting budget for Blood Night. Due to the further deterioration of the financial situation of the film's investors, the film's budget was reduced from $6 million to $5 million. Kathryn had just received a new budget from the producer at the party tonight and was frowning as she looked through it. Janet looked at Kathryn on the sofa, habitually straightening her back, exuding a quiet and restrained aura, and subconsciously lightened her steps. He moved to Kathryn's side like a cat, and a pair of small paws were about to reach the woman's waist. Kathryn turned her head and glared at her helplessly. Janet giggled, not wanting to be caught in a prank, and sat down next to Kathryn in a very unpresentable manner. Grabbing a strand of Kathryn's hair and playing with it, Janet said, "Kate, I don't like that guy at all. Please don't deal with him anymore, okay?" Kathryn turned a page of the budget sheet in her hand and said, "Jim is a nice person, and we are just ordinary friends." Janet curled her lips and said, "Do you think I'm blind? At the party tonight, anyone could see that he was trying to please you. The worst thing is, he has a wife." Hearing what Janet said, Kathryn paused, her eyes still on the budget sheet, but her expression was a little wandering. After a moment, the woman whispered, "Jenny, I understand." Feeling Kathryn's sudden low mood, Janet tilted her body, and then tilted again, and unconsciously lay down, but her head was resting on Kathryn's legs. She blinked and looked at the woman above her, and said, "Kate, it's actually not bad for the two of us to live together like this forever. We don't need a man at all." Kathryn put the budget sheet away, a smile appeared on her face, and said, "Jenny, you are talking nonsense again." "No." Janet turned her head and leaned against Kathryn, saying, "I am formally confessing to you. If you don't agree, I will be sad." Kathryn gently touched Janet's fair face and said, "If you are sad, go to bed, and you will be fine after a good sleep." "Oh, you heartless woman, I hate you." Looking at Janet, who was holding her fingers and biting them like a mouse, Kathryn smiled and said, "Haven't you ever thought about finding a boyfriend? My requirements are too high, and I can't find one." Kathryn became curious and said, "I still don't know what your requirements are for a boyfriend. Tell me." "Well," Janet pondered for a moment and said, "first of all, he must be handsome. An ugly boyfriend will really affect my mood. Secondly, he must be younger than me. 18 years old is fine. I don't want to grow old with some guy. That's too scary. Thirdly, well, he can't be too normal. It's better to be a little crazier than me. In the movie, a madman must be killed by the protagonist. It takes two madmen to destroy the world. Finally, in order to destroy the world, his talent must be a little higher than mine. Kathryn's smile became more and more intense when she heard Janet talking so nonsense. When she finished speaking, she said, I seem to know such a person. He is completely tailor-made for you by God. Simon Westeros. Janet rolled her eyes. Bah, no. Kathryn still smiled and said, Simon completely meets your 4 requirements. How could he not? He's too old, and he doesn't have any edge at all. Janet drew circles in the air with her slender fingers, and said, he claims to be from a mental hospital, but I think he's from a nursing home. And his temper is so soft, I even doubt whether he has ever fought since he was a child. I don't want my boyfriend to coax me like an elder, even though he is younger than me. Kathryn thought about how she got along with Simon, and couldn't help but retorted, Simon is a gentleman, he doesn't have no temper. Besides, isn't this good? Do you still want your boyfriend to hit you? Of course. Janet nodded, with a hopeless look, and said, as long as he really loves me, it's okay to abuse him once or twice a month. Kathryn felt a little broken, and retorted without confidence, people who truly love each other will not hurt each other. Janet immediately said, no, only 2 people who have no feelings for each other at all will not bother to hurt each other. Okay, Kathryn was completely defeated and shook her head, saying, I'd better not chat with you. If we go on, you might distort my worldview. Janet giggled a few times, then she took Kathryn's hand with a serious face and said, Kate, I'm serious. In fact, it's okay to be single, but if you are married, women should not be too strong, otherwise the result will be very bad. Many times, you are actually too strong. Kathryn listened carefully, then jokingly pushed Janet, who was still lying on her legs, and said, get up, I don't want to listen to a guy who has never even been in love teaching me these. You are prejudiced. Janet was immediately dissatisfied, and said, who said that you can't empathize if you have never been in love? I have a deep impression of this kind of thing. Kathryn looked at Janet's appearance and said, I suddenly understand. No wonder you are so resistant to finding a boyfriend. It turns out that you have a shadow. Although she said that, Kathryn was very conscious and did not ask any further questions. Janet also suddenly became quiet, her eyes fixed on the expensive crystal chandelier on the ceiling of the living room. The dense light spots separated by the edges of the crystal were like fragments of memories from the past. After a moment of silence, the phone in the living room suddenly rang. Janet immediately twisted her body and complained, well, that's annoying. It's so late, Kate, can we not answer it? Kathryn hesitated, nodded, and said, okay, it's more likely to be for you anyway. So, after insisting for a moment, Janet still said, okay, help me get it. Kathryn smiled and picked up the phone on the coffee table next to her and handed the receiver to Janet. However, after just hearing what the other side said, Janet handed the microphone back angrily, it's obviously for you. Kathryn was a little confused as to who would be looking for her at this time. She put the phone to her ear, answered it, and someone on the other end started talking. Janet, who had been a little absent-minded, noticed that Kathryn's body was gradually tensing up. Realizing something, she immediately sat up and put her ear close to her. However, before she could hear what was said, Kathryn had already said, okay, I'll get there as soon as possible, UCLA Medical Center, the one on 15th Street, right. Well, then, goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Kathryn looked at Janet, who had concern and curiosity in her eyes, and her expression had a bit more ambiguity, and said, Simon had a fight with someone and was caught by the police. He's now in the hospital. Janet blinked, then pouted in disgust and said, you're useless. Despite what she said, Janet hurriedly changed her clothes as she watched Kathryn get up, and the 2 women drove to the UCLA Medical Center in downtown Santa Monica. Chapter 31 Too Violent. Kathryn Bigelow and Janet Johnston hurried to the UCLA Medical Center in downtown Santa Monica. It was almost midnight. Downstairs of the hospital where the emergency department of the medical center was located, several police cars and ambulances were still flashing their lights, and there were also several private cars parked nearby. Without time to find a suitable parking space, Kathryn also parked the car in an open space downstairs of the hospital, and got out of the car with Janet and walked towards a middle-aged white policeman not far away. Hello, officer. We are Simon Westeros' friends. Kathryn and Janet walked up to the middle-aged policeman, introduced themselves, and asked eagerly, how is Simon now? The middle-aged policeman heard Kathryn's self-introduction, looked at the two elegant women in front of him with an unexpected expression, and said, "I am Charles Heck. Ladies, please follow me first. In addition, do you know the contact information of Simon Westeros' family?" Kathryn and Janet followed Charles Heck into the hospital building. Hearing the other party's question, Kathryn hesitated for a moment before saying, "Simon should be an orphan. He has no family." Kathryn said this, and Janet and Charles Heck were both stunned. Although Simon had revealed enough information in several contacts, Janet still found it hard to believe that such an outstanding little boy would be an orphan. She always felt that many of Simon's words might just be jokes. The middle-aged policeman had not expected this to happen. After thinking for a while, he began to introduce the situation to the two women as they walked. "This is what happened. We received a call and found him in an alley near Elmhurst Street. According to the situation at the scene, Simon Westeros should have been riding a bicycle past there and was attacked by 5 young men. However, when we arrived at the scene, Simon Westeros had already fainted. So, ladies, do you know why he was riding a bicycle past there alone late at night? In a phone call not long ago, Kathryn only heard a policeman say that he saw her contact information in Simon's address book, and that Simon was sent to the hospital because of a fight. At this time, hearing that Simon was besieged by 5 young men, Kathryn's heart suddenly rose, but she still patiently explained, "Simon told me that he recently worked in a 24-hour supermarket." The middle-aged policeman nodded and said, "That makes sense. The 24-hour supermarket will change shifts at 11 o'clock in the morning, and the time just matches." So, Kathryn asked again, "Mr. Heck, how is Simon?" The middle-aged policeman shook his head and said, "When we arrived at the scene, he was in a very embarrassing state. However, the doctor is still checking the specific situation." Janet finally interrupted at this time, "Have the murderers been caught?" The middle-aged policeman glanced at Janet, nodded, and his expression was obviously a bit strange, and said, "Caught. 5 people, none of them ran away." With that, the 3 of them went to the emergency area of the medical center together. In the hall of the emergency area, Kathryn and Janet looked at the 5 young men on the stretcher beds lined up, all of whom had their right legs hung up and were still wailing frequently, and immediately understood why the middle-aged policeman had that expression just now. Kathryn looked at the situation in front of her, but could not find Simon around, and her expression became more worried. Janet, however, opened her eyes wide, ignoring the doctors and nurses who were still busy in front of the stretcher bed and the middle-aged men and women who were obviously family members. She smacked her lips and leaned over to look at the 5 right legs that were hung up one by one. Noticing that the last young man not only had a leg hanging, but also had a swollen cheek on one side, and half of his lips were sunken like an old lady without teeth, Janet suddenly shuddered slightly. Turning around and running back to Kathryn, Janet's face was flushed with excitement, and she was still muttering, "Too violent, too violent, too violent." Kathryn took Simon's backpack back from the police, and when she saw Janet coming over, she took her hand and said, "Okay, Jenny, let's go to the CT room, Simon is there." Just as the 2 women were about to leave the emergency hall, several doctors and nurses pushed a stretcher bed out from the side corridor, and Simon was lying on the bed. Kathryn and Janet hurried over and were about to ask the doctor about Simon's condition when several middle-aged men and women who had gathered around the 5 young men came over aggressively. One of the women, with tears on her face, cursed and was about to throw herself at Simon. Seeing this, several policemen guarding the hall hurried over. Seeing the woman rushing towards her, Janet was not willing to be outdone. She reached out and pushed the woman hard, shouting, "Hey, what are you doing?" The woman staggered back a few steps and was supported by her husband. Seeing that several policemen were already in the crowd, she had to give up the idea of rushing over again. Instead, she looked at Simon on the stretcher viciously and said, "Murderer? I won't let him go. I'm going to send him to jail." "Huh, murderer? Are you kidding me?" Janet heard this and broke away from Kathryn's hand, pointing at the 5 young men on the stretcher not far away. "You are the murderers. 5 against 1, and your legs are broken. You are not only murderers, but also a bunch of trash. You won't let you go, right? Let's wait and see who won't let who go." Seeing that Janet was getting more and more excited, Kathryn had to step forward and hold her again. After whispering a few words of persuasion, Janet followed Kathryn and left with Simon's stretcher. After the small conflict, the hospital did not dare to put everyone in the emergency hall together. They quickly arranged a ward and put Simon in it. After more than 2 hours of busy work, Kathryn and Janet finally sat on Simon's bedside. Looking at Simon, who was still not awake with an IV drip, Janet leaned on the bed with her chin propped up like a little girl and said, "What a tough guy. He has so many injuries on his body, but his bones are fine. Those 5 bastards all had comminuted fractures, and their bones were broken. Our little boy is really strong. I heard that it will take several operations to recover." Tisk tisk. Kathryn looked at Simon's sleeping face, but she was not as optimistic as Janet. Several hours had passed, and Simon still did not wake up. This was not a good sign. Moreover, the doctor just told Kathryn that although Simon's injuries on the surface were not serious, it was difficult to determine whether he would have internal bleeding symptoms because he had been attacked too many times. He would need to be hospitalized for at least a week for observation. Seeing that Kathryn did not agree with her, Janet followed her gaze to Simon's face, and then said thankfully, "Fortunately, his face was not hurt. The little boy is still so handsome." As she said this, Janet reached out her hand and touched Simon's face, then slid under the bed sheet. "Wow, so strong." Kathryn stared at her helplessly. "Jenny, can you stop making trouble?" Okay. Janet shrank her neck and took her hand back embarrassedly. After waiting for a while, she saw that Kathryn was no longer staring at her, and her other little hand went directly under the edge of the bedsheet. Because Simon was in a rather embarrassing situation when he was sent to the hospital, his clothes had been cut open and discarded by the doctor. At this time, the boy was only wearing a pair of temporary paper underwear. However, this time, when Janet's little hand just touched Simon's body, she suddenly felt a big hand tightly grasping her wrist. Janet was startled and screamed. She wanted to take her hand back, but she directly brought Simon's entire arm over. She felt as if her wrist was being tightly grasped by a pair of pliers. As she struggled, the force became tighter and tighter. Janet's face soon turned red with pain. "Wow, little boy, you are awake, right? Let me go. It hurts, let me go, or I will bite you. I really can bite people. Oh, Kate, come and help me. Woo woo, it hurts." Kathryn looked at the situation in front of her and thought that Janet was playing a prank again. It was not until her tears fell that she hurriedly turned from the other side of the bed. After checking Simon's hand holding Janet, Kathryn tried to pry it open, but found that she could not move Simon's fingers at all. She had to turn to the boy on the bed. "Simon, are you awake? Let Jenny go, it hurts." Simon on the bed did not respond. Obviously he did not wake up. With a movement here, doctors and nurses rushed over, and the 2 policemen who were still guarding the hospital also appeared in the ward. The small ward suddenly became lively. "Kate, woo, I might die. When this little bastard wakes up, tell him that I will come to talk to him every night. Woo, and tell my family that I will not go back to Melbourne. I want to be buried in Los Angeles. I like the sunshine here, woo. Doctor, can you think of a way? Mom, please relax and don't struggle." This is the patient's stress response. The more you struggle, the tighter he will hold. When we found this child, he was holding a baseball bat in his hand. It's like this. We finally took the baseball bat out of his hand. "Wow, little bastard, this is my hand, not a baseball bat." After tossing around like this for a while, Simon didn't have the slightest intention of loosening the hand that he was holding Janet. Seeing Janet's tearful appearance, Kathryn turned to Simon again, and suddenly remembered something, raised her hand to everyone, and signaled everyone to be quiet. Then, Kathryn came to the bedside, leaned over to Simon's ear, and whispered softly, "Simon, can you hear me? I'm Kathryn, you're safe, everyone is by your side, everything is fine." Kathryn patiently murmured various words of comfort, and everyone looked over quietly. This lasted for several minutes, and when Kathryn stopped murmuring and everyone came to their senses, Janet found that she had unknowingly escaped from Simon's claws. However, Janet's originally white wrist had now turned into a carrot. After following the doctor to check up, Janet came back with 2 ice packs in her hands. She glared at Simon, who was still sleeping, and saw Kathryn sitting at the bedside flipping through a magazine as if nothing had happened. She was even more dissatisfied. "This little bastard, I should have bitten him just now, so hateful." Kathryn looked up at her and smiled. "It's all your own fault." "Wow, you actually took his side, Kate, I'm jealous," Janet accused, and seeing that Kathryn had no reaction, she provoked again. "I think this little bastard must be a violent person at heart. We should stay away from him in the future." "No, Kathryn shook her head, looked at the boy on the bed gently, and said with some pity, "He should just lack a sense of security. I saw that the fan title can be displayed on the Weibo, and book friends who have rewarded 1,000 points can go and claim it. How to claim it? Kitty and client, discover, column, activity center, fan title, activity, enter, just do, in the supported writer name, input box to claim it." The fan title of this book is Lola Run. Chapter 32 New Gameplay. The scattered dreams lasted for a long time. It was like watching a movie, as if I had experienced many people's lives. Someone was acting in Hamlet on a small stage, playing the villain Claudius. Someone was editing film in a dim room, using an old-fashioned hand-cranked film editor. Someone was practicing piano in a bright piano room, with a girl sitting next to him with a face full of admiration. Occasionally there would be a small figure, curled up in a corner in fear, closing his eyes and covering his ears, as if hiding from the whole world. I even dreamed of the graduation ceremony of that year, when someone held a guitar at the farewell dinner and everyone sang together. At the beginning, we sang. At the end, we were walking. You, my beloved, are like the scenery in a dream. You said you would go after you wake up from the dream, I believe. When the song ended, many people burst into tears. Then, falling into the world of mortals. Having too many people's memories, it would probably be like this. However, it seems impossible to find a second reference. In the end, I was even a little confused, whether I was dreaming or reminiscing. I don't like reminiscing. People who always reminisce about the past often have lost their expectations for the future. The road ahead is so wide and so long, it is not worth it to do this. So he woke up. After a short period of confusion, the memory of last night flooded into his mind. He became alert instantly and turned his head to look at the figure next to him. Janet Johnston, with fluffy blonde hair, was sitting on the bed, with a lazy posture. The small white bowl in her hand still blocked most of her face. Her blue eyes were open and the air was filled with a faint smell of oatmeal porridge. The woman was obviously drinking porridge just now. Now, he must have been frightened by the look in his eyes when he woke up. His body was completely relaxed and a little apologetic. He noticed the purple-red circle on Janet's white arm holding the small bowl, so he looked over and subconsciously made a joke. "So, is this a new way of playing that has become popular recently?" Janet blinked her eyes quickly a few times, and finally reacted from the cold eyes that made her feel like her heart was being grabbed by someone. She slowly put the bowl of porridge on the cabinet next to her, and then reached out to pull the pillow under Simon's head. Simon was a little confused and raised his head to cooperate. Then, the woman held the pillow and hit him hard in the face. "Bang bang bang, little bastard, I'll let you play new ways, I'll let you play new ways, I'll let you play new ways." When he woke up and looked at the situation around him and the tired look of the woman, Simon judged that Janet might have been busy all night because of him. Simon has always been grateful to those who are good to him. At this time, facing the sudden outburst of the woman, Simon just tilted his head and let Janet hit him on the head with a non-aggressive pillow for a few times, and then begged for mercy. "My queen, please explain it before hitting me." Hearing Simon's words, Janet's raised pillow suddenly stopped, and she stuffed the pillow back to Simon randomly, warning, "Don't call me queen, I hate this name the most, call me Jenny." Simon had no choice but to nod and raised his hand to put the pillow back on his own. However, it seems that something is wrong. Is it the other way around? Janet sat down again beside the bed, and then stretched out her purple right wrist to Simon. "Look, little boy, this is what you squeezed last night. So, what are you going to do?" Simon looked at it carefully and found that it really looked like a hand mark, but he didn't know what happened last night. Originally, Simon wanted to make another joke, but when he noticed Janet's sparkling and expectant eyes and thought about this woman's crazy temper, he stopped immediately and answered seriously, "I'm so sorry, Jenny, I'll treat you to dinner when I'm free. Also, where's Kathryn? You almost killed me last night. Don't even think about inviting me to dinner." Janet shook her head dissatisfiedly, and then explained, "Kate stayed with you all night. I just sent her to rest in my studio, you know, it's over in Venice Beach. Also, I only slept for more than 3 hours. Look how good we treat you." Simon said sincerely, "Thank you, Jenny, and Kathryn." Janet nodded with satisfaction, picked up the small bowl she had just used, and sipped it like a cat without a spoon. Then she blurted out, "So, what happened last night?" "5 legs, all with the most serious comminuted fractures, And one guy even had 7 teeth knocked out by you. It was so tragic. Simon felt the pain all over his body, shook his head, looked at the ceiling in the ward, and said lightly, I also want to know what happened. Janet said, the police have questioned the 5 guys last night, but they didn't say anything. It seems that they want to communicate with a lawyer. By the way, my lawyer will be here later. He is a very powerful lawyer. Although those guys were beaten badly, they are the attackers. The police last night were on our side, so we can still sue them. Simon just nodded, yes, Janet said casually, and finished the cereal porridge in her bowl. Then she seemed to suddenly remember Simon and asked, hey, are you hungry? I made it specially before I came. Simon shook his head, feeling the condition under his own sheets, turned his head and looked around. This was a ward with a bathroom, so he said to Janet, Jenny, can you go out for a while? Janet blinked in confusion. Why? Simon looked at the woman who was obviously pretending to be stupid, so he had to point in the direction of the bathroom. Oh, that won't do. Janet immediately shook her head, stood up with a concerned look on her face and said, you're seriously injured, let me help you. Simon had just felt his body secretly, and apart from the pain in many places, he didn't feel any inconvenience in moving his hands and feet. At this time, seeing Janet's serious look, Simon finally showed the same helpless expression on his face as Kathryn usually did. Janet stood by and saw Simon staring at her steadily, with no intention of getting up, so she could only laugh. She reached out and took a handbag from the bedside and put it on Simon's bedside, saying, okay, you are so stingy, you can't even look at it. If I wasn't afraid that you would suddenly grab me again, I would have seen everything just now. Your original clothes have been thrown away, and I just bought them. However, you are injured, so you can only wear shorts for the next 2 days. After saying a few words like this, the woman left the ward reluctantly. Chapter 33 Reconciliation. Since I live in my uncle's house, I get up early every morning, and today is no exception. These days, after getting up, I always habitually play a few notes on the piano in my cousin's room, playing a string of notes from Flight of the Bumblebee, and then run to help my aunt prepare breakfast. I leave the room and walk to the kitchen as usual. Uncle was sitting in the living room reading a newspaper. When he noticed her coming out, he casually greeted her, morning, Jenny. Good morning, Uncle. He came to the kitchen and kissed Aunt on the face affectionately. Good morning, Aunt. Morning, Aunt smiled and said, I always hear you play the piano these days. Are you interested in music again? Helping Aunt to divide the prepared salad, she shook her head and said, no, did it disturb you? Of course not, Lisa and Clark have moved out, and I really hope there will be more noise at home. Haha, isn't there Carl? Carl is just too shy and doesn't like to interact with people. By the way, is he up? I didn't see him. So Aunt asked Uncle in the living room to wake up little cousin Carl. After such a busy period, the family of 4 sat in the dining room and started to eat breakfast. Her aunt poured the milk for her and handed it to her, then asked her uncle opposite, who called so early this morning. Her uncle said, Janet Johnston, a very important client, asked me to help her with a case. I remember that woman. Her aunt thought for a while and said, I always felt that she was a little abnormal. Is this the prejudice of you women? Why didn't I feel it? The little cousin who had been eating with his head down suddenly interrupted, Dad, this shows that you are not normal either. She laughed immediately. The aunt pretended to be angry and knocked on the little cousin's head. What did you say about your father? The uncle just smiled and turned to her, Jenny, this is a very interesting case. Come with me to take a look later. She is studying at Yale Law School and will get a doctorate in law next year. She has confirmed that she will intern at her uncle's office. When she heard what her uncle said, she immediately nodded, okay. After breakfast, she changed into a light gray women's business suit with plaid, simply tied a ponytail, said goodbye to her aunt and cousin, and left the Bel Air community with her uncle in the car. On the way, her uncle told her about the general situation of the case. This happened in Santa Monica last night. 5 young men beat up a boy who got off work late at night. Jenny, guess what the result was? 5 beat 1, what else can happen? She thought to herself, but she was worried that she would have to represent the 5 bastards who beat him today. Uncle noticed her expression change and saw what she was thinking. He said, Jenny, if that's the case, it will be hard for you to become a qualified lawyer. However, we are representing the boy who was beaten today. Only then did she feel relieved and asked, Uncle, what was the result? The result, Uncle smiled and kept it a secret, then said, all 5 young men had one leg broken, a serious comminuted fracture, and one of them lost 7 teeth. The boy who was attacked only suffered some minor injuries. She was still worried about the boy who was beaten. At this time, she opened her mouth and showed an incredible look when she heard what her uncle said, and said, is he Bruce Lee? Oh, we'll know when we go over there. Then, at the UCLA Medical Center in Santa Monica, she once again saw the focused figure holding a guitar on Venice Beach. Simon, this is lawyer George Norman. He is very powerful and will definitely help us deal with those rubbish. Oh, George, this is Simon, Simon Westeros. Simon Westeros. She remembered the name immediately. The uncle shook hands with the boy, then turned around and introduced her. Then she stepped forward like a lady, stretched out her hand to him, and said shyly, hello, I'm Jennifer Raybould. Simon smiled and shook hands with a girl with a ponytail in front of him, saying, Raybould, I know, this means rainbow, right? Jennifer Raybould nodded, with some surprise, and said, yes. Raybould is a variation of rainbow. I didn't expect that he knew this kind of obscure little knowledge, but I didn't know the origin of Westeros. It seems that I have to check it out when I go back. However, he obviously didn't remember himself at all, and I couldn't help feeling a little lost. Thinking of this, he continued to shake hands with Janet Johnston next to him and said hello. Suddenly, I remembered that this should be the woman who wanted to steal money from his violin case that day. It turned out that they not only knew each other, but were also so close. Ordinary friends obviously wouldn't be so dedicated to accompany each other in the hospital. After the greetings, George Norman sat down beside Simon's bed, took out his notebook, and began to ask for more specific details of last night's incident. Jennifer Raybould also held a notebook and sat next to her uncle with a serious expression. Simon also cooperated as much as possible. After chatting for more than half an hour, George Norman temporarily took his leave and left, intending to communicate with the police in charge of the case. Simon and Janet were the only ones left in the ward for the time being. However, before the silence lasted long, there was a knock on the door, and a tall middle-aged man wearing frameless glasses walked in. Mr. Westeros. The middle-aged man confirmed, and then took the initiative to hand over his business card, saying, I am the attorney for Derek Wheeler, Mark Stein and others. Janet, who was still smiling, suddenly lost her good face when she heard the other party's introduction. Simon remained calm and said, hello, Mr. Wheeler. Derek Wheeler didn't care about Janet's indifference, but he didn't sit down. He still stood beside Simon's bed and said with a bit of condescension, Mr. Westeros, after communicating with my clients, I found that you still violently hurt them when they had lost their ability to resist. This is a very serious crime of intentional injury. If this matter goes to court, you will also face jail time. Moreover, I also know that you are a very promising film screenwriter and have just signed a contract with Fox Film. If the matter gets out of hand, it may ruin your personal career. As soon as Derek Wheeler finished speaking, Janet said dissatisfiedly, Sir, the intimidation is over, you can go out, we will state your threats in court. Derek Wheeler was a little stunned. He didn't expect that he would be kicked out just after he started to lay the groundwork. He had to turn to Simon on the bed, hoping that the boy would have some ideas. Simon thought for a moment, and just as he was about to speak, the door was knocked again, and attorney George Norman rushed back with Jennifer Raybould. When Derek Wheeler saw George Norman, his face showed an obvious expression of surprise, and Simon even detected a trace of obvious guilt from his face. George Norman was also a little surprised, but then his tone was a little teasing. Derek, this time, are we going to be opponents again? Derek Wheeler's face froze, and after a moment he said, George, this is really unexpected. However, I am just representing my client and want to resolve this matter in a peaceful way. Although your client was hit first, he also had very serious excessive defense behavior. So, my client hopes that this matter can be settled. Janet heard this and immediately said, settlement? That's not what the woman said last night. Aren't they going to pursue it to the end? I still want to accompany them to the end. Derek Wheeler finished explaining, but ignored others and looked at Simon again. In the final analysis, this matter still depends on the boy in front of him. Simon lowered his eyes and was silent for a moment. Then he said to Derek Wheeler, $500,000. I want to see the check before noon, and then this matter will end here. Otherwise, I will sue them for murder." When Simon said this, everyone in the ward was stunned. Janet was the first to react. She rushed over and pinched Simon's face hard, and said dissatisfiedly, "Little bastard, you are obsessed with money. We don't want money. We want to send those rubbish to jail." George Norman was also very surprised, but he didn't say anything. Jennifer Rebold looked at the boy on the bed, and her expression was a little disappointed. Simon ignored the changes in everyone's expressions. After he finished speaking, he turned to George Norman and said, "Mr. Norman, can I sue them for murder?" George Norman paused and nodded, "Of course." Derek Wheeler's expression changed when he heard Simon's request. He originally hoped to get a settlement result for his client where neither owed the other party, but he didn't expect that the boy would ask for $500,000. This is not a small amount of money. However, this is exactly within the scope of another client's responsibility. That client now hopes that this matter can be resolved quickly. Moreover, if the boy starts to sue Mark Stein and others for murder, the 5 young men will obviously not be willing to bear such a serious crime, and it is very likely that the client will be implicated. At that time, things will be even more serious. After hesitating for a moment, Derek Wheeler smiled and nodded, "Okay, Mr. Westeros, I will pass your request to my client." After saying this, Derek Wheeler said goodbye and left Simon's ward. Then, the atmosphere in the room became stalemate. George Norman did not expect things to turn so quickly. Looking at Janet, who was sitting on the other side of the bed with her back to Simon like a sulky little girl, he had to say, "Miss Johnston, in this case, we will take our leave first. If necessary, we will come again at noon." Janet did not speak. Simon had to say, "Thank you for coming, Mr. Norman." "This is my job." George Norman nodded, pulled his niece beside him, and the two left Simon's ward together. The room was completely quiet. Simon waited patiently for a while. Seeing that Janet still didn't say a word, he had to take the initiative to say, "Jenny, do you want to hear a joke? How about I sing a song for you? I'm planning to make a movie recently. Do you want to make a cameo? After coaxing for a while, Simon had no result and had to give up. Near noon, Kathryn, who had rested for a few hours, came to the hospital again. Janet, who hadn't said a word to Simon for more than an hour, immediately started to complain, accusing Simon of being a poor guy who only wanted money but no backbone. Before Kathryn had time to ask more questions, Derek Wheeler returned again, and indeed brought a check for $500,000 and a settlement agreement. Although she was very dissatisfied with Simon's behavior, Janet still called lawyer George Norman again. However, this time, only George Norman came. Lawyer George Norman carefully confirmed the settlement agreement brought by Derek Wheeler and said there was no problem. Simon signed his name. After Derek Wheeler left, Janet casually threw the check left by the other party to Simon, and did not forget to mock him, "Well, you are a millionaire now, are you satisfied?" Simon did not say anything, picked up the check on the bedsheet, looked at it silently for a moment, and handed it to the woman sitting next to him, saying, "Kathryn, find a charity and donate this." Kathryn took the check in a daze. "Huh?" As Simon said this, Janet, who had originally leaned against the end of the bed with her back to him, turned around again. George Norman, who wanted to leave, temporarily swallowed his words of farewell. Simon looked at Janet, who was sitting across from the bed, and said with a smile, "I can't take the money, or Jenny won't talk to me anymore." Janet pouted in dissatisfaction. "Then why are you still doing this?" Simon lowered his eyes again. His thoughts seemed to be a little sluggish, and he whispered, "I just want to confirm something." Janet felt Simon's voice was a little low, so she leaned forward and asked, "Have you confirmed it?" "Confirmed? Confirm what?" Simon raised his head again, still with that harmless smile, but with a strange indifference in his tone, and said lightly, "One more leg is missing." Chapter 34 ending. Following Simon's words, the ward fell into a brief silence again. Simon's hint was already very obvious. He had asked for $500,000 in compensation before, just to test whether there was someone behind the scenes who he had probably roughly confirmed. Then, perhaps due to some factors, or perhaps because the guy who was scared out of his wits in last night's incident wanted to settle the matter as soon as possible, Simon got the $500,000 check very smoothly. But he obviously didn't care about the money. He even hated it. He just wanted a tit-for-tat result. Kathryn didn't know the truth of old heads are as new, Old friends are as close as old friends. But from the first time they met, Simon gave her a sense of déjà vu, and he always left the deepest impression on her in every contact. During this period, although they only met occasionally and talked on the phone occasionally, Kathryn had unknowingly regarded Simon as one of her best friends. At this time, hearing Simon say this, Kathryn couldn't help but feel a strong sense of worry in her heart. The scars on Simon's body last night made her not care at all about the man whose leg Simon wanted to break again, and she even thought it was not too much to teach him a lesson. However, Kathryn did not want Simon to get into trouble later. Someone who could easily take out a check for $500,000 could not be an unknown person. After breaking the leg of such a person, it would be very difficult for Simon to get out of it. Moreover, Kathryn was still a little worried about Simon's mental state. Janet's madness was ultimately just the temper of a little girl who was spoiled under favorable living conditions. However, Kathryn clearly remembered that when they first met, Simon did get on the bus from Watsonville. Then he said that he was from Watsonville Mental Hospital. Ordinary people often regard Simon's words as a joke, but Kathryn did not think so at all. Then, he, a newcomer without any qualifications, successfully persuaded Jonathan Friedman to sign himself and became the only screenwriter under his name. When she introduced him to him, she was actually hoping that Jonathan Friedman, the vice president of WMA, could arrange an ordinary agent for him. As long as he could be signed under WMA, it would be a very rare opportunity for most people. Then, she saw the amazing song Flight of the Bumblebee on Venice Beach. Then, he got $200,000 for his first contract with a film company. Although there were some untold bargaining games, for an 18-year-old boy, this was enough to attract too many people's attention. Finally, it even included the 5 legs he broke last night. The baseball bat also hit him, but it didn't cause much damage, but he smashed the leg bones of those young men into pieces, which was also impossible for ordinary people to do. All of this made Kathryn confirm that Simon was a genius. However, genius and madness are always only a thin line apart. Thinking of this, Kathryn unconsciously held Simon's hand, looked at the boy on the bed sincerely, and whispered, "Simon, promise me, this matter ends here, okay?" Simon has never been a person who is good at forgiving. However, at this moment, feeling the slight coolness of Kathryn's palm, Simon found that the strong resentment that had been permeating his heart since last night was gradually melting like ice and snow. After a moment of silence, in Kathryn's expectant eyes, Simon still nodded slightly. "Okay, Kathryn, I'll listen to you." Hearing Simon say this, the originally stagnant atmosphere around them finally eased. Janet, who was standing at the end of the bed, also came back to her senses from Simon's emotionless and indifferent eyes just now. Noticing that the hands of the two people in front of her were still holding each other, Janet blinked and suddenly wanted to step forward to pull Kathryn's hand away and replace it with her own. George Norman, who silently played the role of a bystander, recalled the scene just now and the situation in front of him at this time, and suddenly felt that his niece should be very happy to hear this result. For some reason, Jennifer, who had come to deal with the case with great enthusiasm this morning, was in a very low mood the whole morning after hearing the boy asking for $500,000 in compensation. She remained silent in response to his questions. "Well, everyone," George Norman took the initiative to say, "in this case, I think I should leave." When Kathryn heard George Norman speak, she realized that she seemed to have been holding the boy's hand for a long time. She quickly let go as if nothing had happened, but did not dare to look at Simon on the bed again. She stood up and said, "Mr. Norman, I'll take you there." George Norman nodded, but took out a business card from his suit pocket and handed it to Simon on the bed in a very formal manner, saying, "Mr. Westeros, this is my business card. If you need anything in the future, you can call me at any time." Simon took the business card and nodded, saying, "I will, Mr. Norman. In addition, I don't have a fixed address yet. You can send today's bill to Kathryn first, and she will pass it to me." Although Simon gave up the idea of pursuing the matter due to Kathryn's persuasion. However, this incident did not end quietly. For people in this circle, Hollywood has never been able to keep any secrets. In the following days, rumors that several friends of a first-line male star had their leg bones broken spread quickly throughout Hollywood, and various rumors surrounding this incident continued to ferment. As the person involved, Simon, a new screenwriter who had just stepped into the threshold of Hollywood, once again fell into the sight of many people. Simon did not know how the circle was talking about him, but during the short few days of hospitalization, most of the people he met after arriving in Los Angeles also came to visit him, and even David Giler, the producer of The Butterfly Effect, showed up once in his busy schedule. In addition, the 5 young men whose legs were broken by Simon also became the focus of many people. Everyone knows that these 5 young men are Matthew Broderick's best friends. In connection with a series of recent events, it is not difficult for everyone to infer some of the truth of the facts. When Jonathan Friedman visited Simon, he also talked to him about this matter. It is said that Norman Brokaw also issued a not-so-formal gag order, but it was completely unable to stop the spread of various speculations. At the same time, the agent's words also subtly persuaded Simon not to pursue the matter further. Now that the decision has been made, Simon will naturally not regret it. Although the doctor hopes that Simon can be observed in the hospital for at least a week, Simon was sent to the hospital on Tuesday night and only stayed until the weekend, and then hurriedly went through the discharge procedures. There will be the first production meeting of The Butterfly Effect in the new week, and it is also related to the script revision. On the day when David Giler visited him, Simon said that there was no need to adjust the time for him, and he would be there on time. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35 Rating Issues. Time has unknowingly come to the end of July. Today is July 28th, Monday. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Simon arrived at Fox Studios in Century City, Beverly Hills on time. Because his injuries have not yet fully recovered, Simon did not ride a bike today, but booked a taxi. When he arrived at Fox Studios, Simon realized that he did not have a pass. The guard looked at the young man who claimed to be attending a film production meeting with suspicion, and agreed to help him make a phone call after a while. A few minutes later, the assistant of David Giler, the producer of The Butterfly Effect, rushed to the gate and took Simon in. Simon followed the assistant to David Giler's office. Brian De Palma had arrived in advance, which made Simon feel a little embarrassed. However, David Giler and Brian De Palma did not care much, and asked Simon about his recovery from injuries. After a brief greeting, Peter Sanders, a vice president of Fox Films, and Vincent Hill, another professional script analyst under Fox, also arrived one after another, and today's meeting officially began. In a small conference room in the executive building of Fox Studios, David Giler, Brian De Palma and Simon, the 3 main creators of the film, and 2 other people sat around the conference table, and the secretary distributed copies of the script in a memo. The script of The Butterfly Effect had been polished for 7 years and was very perfect. Simon didn't think there were many places that could be modified in the script he produced according to the final theatrical version of the film. However, when Simon opened the memo made by the script analyst named Vincent Hill, he felt that it would not be so easy for him to get the remaining $60,000. Last Thursday, when Simon was still in the hospital, he had received the first $140,000 royalty check in his contract with Fox. In the memo in front of him, Vincent Hill made very detailed evaluations and corresponding modification suggestions from the title of the script to the final ending of the story. Simon roughly flipped through it and found that there were more than 50 annotations, which was almost equivalent to 1 modification suggestion for every 2 pages of the script. Putting down the memo in his hand, Simon looked up at the other people. Except for Vincent Hill, the other 3 were also reading the memo. David Giler and Peter Sanders were expressionless, but Brian De Palma frowned slightly. As a newly minted screenwriter, Simon knew very well that he did not have much say in the script modification. In order to get the subsequent $60,000 balance, he could only honestly modify the script according to the requirements of the film company, or give up this power and let Fox hire other screenwriters. Thinking of this, Simon turned his attention back to the memo in front of him. Even if he did not have much say, Simon was determined to maintain the integrity of the script as much as possible. After a moment, Brian De Palma spoke first, with obvious dissatisfaction in his tone, and directly asked Fox Vice President Peter Sanders, "Peter, you want to make this film PG-13, right?" Hearing Brian De Palma speak, Simon raised his head again. After carefully reading the memo in his hand, Simon also discovered Fox's intention. The first version of the Butterfly Effect script had too many heavy-tasting adult elements, and the tone of the film was also dark, so it would be easily rated R in the future. This means that teenagers under the age of 17 must be accompanied by an adult to watch it, which is actually equivalent to blocking a large number of young audiences from the theater. At this time, based on the suggestions in the memorandum in his hand, Simon realized that Fox obviously wanted to overturn most of the plots that might affect the film rating. As the world's largest film market, the United States has long adopted a mature film rating system. According to the regulations of the Motion Picture Association of America, MPAA, North American theater films are divided into 5 levels: G, PG, PG-13, R and NC-17. Among them, G is the most relaxed popular level, which means that people of all ages can watch it. NC-17 is the most strictly restricted level, and teenagers under the age of 17 are prohibited from watching it. For the other 3 levels, the closer to NC-17, the narrower the audience. From a purely commercial perspective, Fox's behavior is actually understandable. If the film can be adjusted from R to PG-13, which requires parents to watch it only when the audience is under 13 years old, the market audience of the film will be greatly expanded in the future. However, from the perspective of the story of the butterfly effect itself, it is very unwise for Fox to do so. Brian, you have to know that the investment in this movie is $10 million US, Peter Sanders replied calmly after hearing Brian De Palma's question. So, we have to consider the commercial prospects of the movie. Brian De Palma shook his head and said, in my opinion, the script of the butterfly effect is already quite perfect. What you are doing will only destroy the overall structure of the script. Moreover, since Carrie, the films I directed have always been R-rated. As long as it is a good movie, it will get enough commercial returns, so I don't think there's anything wrong with this. Since Simon can write a perfect script, he can also revise a more perfect script according to our requirements. Peter Sanders responded to Brian De Palma, but turned to Simon and said in a familiar way, so, Simon, do you have this confidence? Although Peter Sanders' tone was very kind and carried the encouragement of an elder, Simon keenly felt the impoliteness in the other party's words. Even though he knew that he did not have much say in this matter, Simon did not intend to be a yes man. Feeling Peter Sanders' subtle targeting, Simon was no longer polite and said, Mr. Sanders, with all due respect, the butterfly effect itself is a very tight storyline, like a big net. Pulling any one of the threads may affect the whole situation. If it is revised according to the requirements of this memorandum, the final result may be a completely different story. So, if Fox wants a PG-13 film, maybe I can rewrite the script. Peter Sanders didn't expect Simon to be so sharp as soon as he opened his mouth. Thinking of the fact that this young man had just broken the leg bones of 5 young men last week, he subconsciously suppressed the rebuttal he wanted to blurt out, raised his eyebrows, and turned to David Giler. David, what do you mean? David Giler showed a half-smile on his face, raised the memo in his hand, and said, Peter, this is not the result of my communication with Ronald last week. Speaking of ratings, Fox released 2 movies this summer. The Space Station in early June was PG rated with a budget of $18 million US, but it only barely got $9 million US at the box office. Last month's Alien 2 was R-rated with a similar budget of $18.5 million US. After only 2 weeks of release, the box office has reached $25 million US. So, I don't think there will be any problem with the butterfly effect being rated R in the future. If you insist on conducting today's meeting according to this memorandum, I can only choose to cancel the meeting and talk to Ronald again. Chapter 3610 missed. Simon looked at the situation in front of him, wondering why the first production meeting of the butterfly effect fell into such an awkward situation of tit for tat. However, considering the attitudes and the words of David Giler and Brian De Palma, Simon was not too worried about the progress of the matter. These 2 Hollywood bigwigs, who also had no shortage of voice, obviously had the same position as himself. After confirming this, Simon was relieved and could not help but secretly began to analyze the situation in front of him. Hollywood also has a very complex power structure. But usually, it is very simple to determine the size of a person's authority in Hollywood. You just need to look at his subordinate relationship, that is, which class of Hollywood this person is responsible to. From David Giler's words just now, Simon realized that the other party should be directly responsible to Ronald Goldberg, president of Fox Films, and not under the control of Peter Sanders, vice president of Fox in front of him. The 2 can be said to be on the same level. Even from the momentum of the two people's communication, Simon also noticed that David Giler obviously had the upper hand. Since he was going to cooperate on the Butterfly Effect project, Simon naturally did some homework in advance. David Giler, who is already in his 50s, is the producer of the currently showing Alien 2 at Fox, and Simon knows this very well. Then, combined with a deliberate comparison in David Giler's words, Simon realized that Peter Sanders was likely related to the box office failure of the summer season at Fox, Space Station. With a budget of $18 million, the box office was only a little over $9 million in the prime-time period of early June. This is a big fall. It turned out to be just as Simon expected. Following David Giler's last words, Peter Sanders's face suddenly looked a little ugly, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Then he said, "David, I am only doing this to be responsible for the company's $10 million investment, and I have no intention of targeting anyone." David Giler felt that Peter Sanders' momentum had softened, and he stopped pursuing him, saying, "Of course, this is your responsibility. However, Peter, you only need to ensure that the film investment is used in the right place, rather than dictating the content of the film. This is the job of Brian and I." Peter Sanders felt the strong tone of David Giler's voice that did not allow for bargaining. After hesitating for a moment, he shrugged and said, "Well, I hope you don't mess up this movie." The power grab failed. Simon secretly came to such a conclusion in his heart, and glanced at Peter Sanders again, and at the same time realized that this was a guy who was very good at bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Peter Sanders' intention to seize the creative leadership of the Butterfly Effect was blocked by David Giler, and the subsequent meeting was obviously much more normal. However, even so, David Giler and Brian De Palma still made many suggestions for the script revision. David Giler's opinions mainly focused on the name of the film and the ending of the story, which was similar to the content of the memo just now. As a producer who needs to consider the future commercial prospects of the film, David Giler also hopes that the film can have a more popular name. At the same time, David also hopes that Simon can rewrite a gentler ending, rather than ending with a male protagonist strangling himself in the mother's womb. This undoubtedly returns to the original ending. Brian De Palma's opinion is to compress the protagonist's childhood scenes to less than 20 minutes to avoid this part of the foreshadowing being too lengthy. Compared with the initial memo that was almost random, the opinions of the two at this time were very professional. Although Simon could not fully agree, he also dealt with it very seriously. The three main creators discussed as if no one was around, but Peter Sanders, who was left aside, did not leave. He still stayed in the meeting room and occasionally interrupted a few words. It was not until lunchtime that Peter Sanders got up and said goodbye, saying that he had other work in the afternoon and would not come again. In the internal restaurant to Fox Studios, after several contacts, David Giler and Brian De Palma both had a good impression of Simon, a young man with a promising future. After ordering lunch, David Giler took the initiative to reveal some inside information to Simon that was not a secret. It turned out that Space Station, which failed at the box office in the summer season, was the project that Peter Sanders had arranged. Fox not only gave the film a high-standard production budget of $18 million and the best film schedule, but also Ronald Goldberg, president of Fox Film, personally listed it as an executive producer. All of this was because the heroine of Space Station was named Kate Capshaw, Steven Spielberg's fiancée. Hearing this, Simon immediately understood what Fox did. In the original time and space, it is no exaggeration to say that in the last 30 years of the 20th century, Hollywood was almost Spielberg's world. With the great success of films such as Jaws, The Alien, Indiana Jones, and Jurassic Park, Spielberg was completely a star-studded existence in Hollywood. Although Spielberg is a direct director under Warner, Universal and Paramount, all other companies besides these three are trying their best to establish a relationship with Spielberg. In addition to Space Station, Simon recently read in The Hollywood Reporter that Disney has just approved an animation and live-action film called Who Framed Roger Rabbit in cooperation with Amberlin Films under Spielberg. In order to become a member of the Spielberg camp, Disney has set a budget of up to $45 million for this film. You know, in the 1980s, the budget cost of Hollywood big-budget movies was generally controlled within $20 million. Only movies related to Spielberg can easily break through this budget limit, and even multiply the average budget cost several times. In the restaurant, noticing the faint envy and yearning on Simon's face, the two middle-aged men, who are already in their 40s and 50s, smiled at each other. Every year in Hollywood, countless young people dream of becoming the second Spielberg, but few can achieve success in the end. But the young man in front of them had just entered Hollywood for less than 2 months and had already attracted a lot of attention. Coupled with Simon's undoubted talent, David Giler and Brian De Palma both realized that Simon would definitely be able to make a name for himself in Hollywood in the future. Therefore, the two Hollywood celebrities, who were already middle-aged and successful, did not mind giving this young man a hand. David Giler slightly stimulated Simon's ambition, and Brian De Palma, who was also sitting opposite Simon, asked, "Simon, Jonathan said that you are planning to make an experimental film. Can you tell me about it? Maybe David and I can give you some advice." Simon did not realize that the two middle-aged men in front of him were intentionally or unintentionally trying to help him. Even if he knew, he would only be grateful for their kindness. Having worked in a similar circle for more than 10 years in his previous life, Simon knew the importance of connections in such a circle. "Actually, I wanted to talk about this at the meeting this morning." Simon heard Brian De Palma's question, took out the script and storyboard drawings of Run Lola Run from the backpack on the chair next to him, handed them to David Giler and Brian De Palma respectively, and said, "David and Brian, I don't think we need to change the name of the movie The Butterfly Effect. In the incident some time ago, many people have actually noticed the term butterfly effect due to many media reports. Moreover, the experimental film I plan to make, called Run Lola Run, can also explain the concept of butterfly effect very vividly. At that time, if Fox can provide some media resources support, the concept of butterfly effect will be spread more widely through this movie. In the end, even if some people still don't understand the meaning of this term, as long as the overall popularity of the movie is activated, this group of words can also become a suspense to attract audiences to the theater." Although he realized Simon's intention to use Fox to promote his film, David Giler, who had just opened the script of Run Lola Run, nodded slightly at Simon's unique personal insights into film marketing. Next to David Giler, Brian De Palma was attracted by Simon's highly professional storyboard drawings. Seeing that both of them were interested, Simon naturally changed the topic to Run Lola Run and continued, "Regarding Run Lola Run, it is an experimental film with a parallel 3-part structure. The story is very simple. Lola's boyfriend Manny accidentally lost $100,000. In order to prevent her boyfriend from being killed by her boss, Lola must raise $100,000 within 20 minutes and rush to where Manny is. However, I want to show this story through the level-breaking mode of a video game. According to the replay setting of the video game, Lola made 3 different attempts in the same scenario in order to raise $100,000 and rush to her boyfriend. The results of these 3 attempts were different. At the same time, every time Lola ran, it also had a very subtle impact on the lives of some people she met on the road. These impacts continued to amplify, and eventually led to completely different life paths for these people. This is the butterfly effect. The script of Run Lola Run was not long. Listening to Simon's explanation, David Giler had quickly flipped through the plot where Lola ran into a woman pushing a stroller at the first intersection. Brian De Palma was attracted by Simon's storyboard drawings, and he also did not ignore Simon's explanation. He looked up and asked, "Simon, how do you plan to express this butterfly effect?" "Photo montage," Simon answered simply. "Every time Lola meets a clue character, you can insert a quick photo montage to show the subsequent life direction of these people." After hearing Simon's explanation, Brian De Palma thought for a moment, and his face gradually showed an expression of appreciation. He couldn't help but raise his hand and tapped it lightly on the table, saying, "It's an amazing idea." Although he had seen this form of expression in the script in advance, David Giler still nodded in agreement and praised generously, "Very good." David Giler and Brian De Palma have been immersed in Hollywood for decades. The longer they have been in the industry, the more they can understand how difficult it is to innovate in this circle. As Simon continued to explain, the two even felt that if Simon's movie was done well, it would definitely become a learning and imitation object for many Hollywood filmmakers in the future. The restaurant waiter had already brought lunch, but the 3 of them had no intention of eating. After chatting carefully for more than half an hour, David Giler said, "So, Simon, you are saying that you plan to use your own The Butterfly Effect royalties to complete this movie?" Simon nodded and said, "Yes." David Giler thought for a while and said, "Your contract royalties are a total of $200,000 US. After deducting the agent's commission and reserve taxes, There is only $150,000 left at most. If it is shot with a 16mm camera, it may be enough, but it would be a waste of your script. Why not make a standard 35mm film movie? Simon paused and said, David, I originally planned to use 35mm film to shoot. David Giler paused this time and said, You mean $150,000, 35mm film shooting? Simon, you have to understand that although it seems to be just two shooting modes with different specifications, 16mm movies and 35mm movies are definitely two completely different production specifications. Your movie also involves a large number of location scenes. Without the support of a complete professional crew, it is very difficult to implement a shooting. Therefore, $150,000 is not enough to complete this movie. Hearing David Giler, a well-known Hollywood producer with decades of production experience, Simon finally confirmed the doubt that had been lingering in his mind for some time. The original version of Run Lola Run had no signs of low-cost movies in terms of production standards, whether it was the picture, soundtrack, lighting, scenery or even editing. Simon had always thought that this might be due to the genius of director Tom Tykwer. The production cost of the film industry has always been very flexible. Moreover, Simon did not know much about the general specifications of German film production. The 350,000 German marks in memory, converted into US dollars, is about 180,000. Converted into RMB, it is about 1.5 million. 1.5 million RMB was definitely more than enough to make a movie in 1998. However, with the in-depth progress of the preparations for Run Lola Run in person these days, Simon also felt more and more that the funds he had were a bit stretched to complete the film, and Simon even began to subconsciously simplify the shooting specifications of some scenes. Now, with David Giler's revelation, Simon finally confirmed that he might have misremembered the budget of Run Lola Run. Perhaps, in the original time and space, the production cost of Run Lola Run was not 350,000 German marks at all, and he must have missed a zero. Chapter 37 Cooperation Plan. Simon did not feel distressed or frustrated when he suddenly confirmed a fact that he had been doubting for a while. In any case, Run Lola Run is indeed a very suitable movie for him to show his strength. In fact, if he had not misremembered the production cost, he might have missed this movie. Now, since he has established a foothold in Hollywood in less than 2 months, Simon has enough confidence to continue to promote this project, and it is nothing more than adding some extra twists and turns. The experience of struggling in the entertainment industry for more than 10 years in his previous life left Simon with the biggest feeling that no big name in this circle has a smoother road to fame. Now, after 2 lives, Simon is no less determined to face setbacks. Having made up his mind, Simon looked at David Giler across from him and said, Well, David, how much do you think this film will cost if it is shot according to the official 35mm film specifications? David Giler thought for a moment and said, According to the shooting concept you just described, it should cost at least $500,000. A more detailed budget needs to be calculated according to a more specific shooting plan. However, this is not actually a problem. Simon, the question now is, do you have any experience in making movies before? Even student movies? By the way, Brian and I don't know which university you graduated from. Until now, not many people in Hollywood know that Simon is only 18 years old this year. At the beginning, Jonathan Friedman only occasionally mentioned it to WMA President Norman Broca. Because of a series of events later, Norman Broca didn't like Simon very much, but he didn't publicize it. At this time, due to the extraordinary talent Simon showed, David Giler subconsciously felt that Simon was probably in his 20s, and instinctively regarded Simon as a promising top student who had just graduated from a university. Hearing David Giler's question, Simon realized something, but still answered honestly, David, I studied computer science at Stanford for a while, but later dropped out, and I don't have any experience in this area. However, I also don't have any experience as a screenwriter before. Directors and screenwriters are different. David Giler shook his head and said, Speaking of which, if you can show some personal qualifications that are convincing enough to investors, such as a student film or something, I might be able to help you get this investment. Unfortunately, you don't have it. Simon, although this is only a small amount of money, I also need to be responsible for my connections. Brian De Palma, who was still looking through Simon's storyboard drawings with relish, also looked up at this time and said, Simon, It is indeed not easy to be a director. However, these drawings are enough to illustrate your personal talent. How about this? You be my assistant director for the next The Butterfly Effect. After completing the experience of this film, even if David is unwilling to help, I can help you find a company willing to invest and run Lola Run. I didn't say I didn't want to help. David Giler protested with a dissatisfied smile, but he also said, Simon, Brian's idea is indeed good. If you are willing, this matter can be settled now. David Giler is the producer of The Butterfly Effect, and Brian De Palma is both a director and a producer. Temporary employment of an assistant director is completely within the scope of the two people's authority. If Simon is really just a newcomer who has just entered Hollywood and has little experience, being able to serve as an assistant to a well-known Hollywood director like Brian De Palma is definitely a very rare opportunity to gain experience. However, after more than 10 years of hard work in his previous life, coupled with the memories of the other 12 people in his mind at this time, Simon is least lacking in all aspects of experience related to film production. The only thing that can be brought to Simon by being Brian De Palma's assistant director is perhaps only a qualification. After pondering for a moment, Simon shook his head and said, David, Brian, I appreciate your kindness. However, although I can't prove it, I am sure that I can direct a movie myself. So, David, do you think this is okay? The funds I have now are enough to start Run Lola Run. You just need to introduce me to an investor and sign a letter of intent. If they are satisfied with my preliminary shooting results, they can inject follow-up funds. Otherwise, they can choose to withdraw at any time. Simon is a very opinionated young man, which David Giler and Brian De Palma have experienced in several contacts. At this time, they were not too surprised to hear Simon reject Brian De Palma's proposal. After hearing Simon's plan, David Giler couldn't help but secretly admire the confidence of this young man in his heart. Simon, in Hollywood, investing your own money in a movie is always a very bad choice, David Giler said with a smile after a little consideration, but soon added, however, since you have put forward such a confident cooperation plan, I can help you with this. Of course, I will never guarantee success or not, everything depends on you. Simon said seriously, I just need a chance. David Giler nodded with emotion and said, in this case, Simon, in addition to the above cooperation plan, do you have any other requirements? Simon thought for a moment and said, the contracts between me and Fox should be able to be used as collateral. I can borrow a sum of money from the bank. Counting the balance that Fox needs to pay next, I should be able to raise about $250,000. The shooting budget of Run Lola Run is temporarily calculated at $500,000. The investor and I will each invest $250,000, and we will each share 50% of the profits in the future. My personal salary as a screenwriter, director, etc. is only a symbolic $1 salary, but I require absolute creative autonomy. After listening to this, David Giler couldn't help shaking his head again and said, Simon, $500,000 is just my most conservative estimate. In fact, I really hope that you can use some more professional actors. In addition, if you are more meticulous in the set design, music and other aspects, the final production budget of about $1 million will be safer. Simon said in a relaxed tone, David, what I just said is just an overall plan. If it exceeds the budget, as long as the investors are willing to follow up, the profit share will definitely be higher. The only thing I ask for is absolute creative autonomy. I don't want others to interfere with my work. Okay, I'll make the contact for you when I have time. David Giler nodded, and then said, however, your recent energy should be focused on revising the script of The Butterfly Effect. Simon smiled and said, of course, this is my job. In that case, David Giler patted the Run Lola Run script in front of him and said, I'll make a copy of this script later so that I can use it to convince investors. Although Simon's suggestion was rejected, Brian De Palma did not take it too seriously. When he heard David Giler say this, he handed over the storyboard drawing in his hand and said, make another copy of this. I think it is more convincing than the script. David Giler was a little surprised and turned a few pages of the storyboard drawing that Brian De Palma had just held in his hand. He nodded and said, indeed. After talking about these things, the three of them reacted and found that there were only a few people left in the restaurant that was originally quite lively. The lunch brought by the waiter was completely cold. Everyone had to order lunch again. After filling their stomachs, They returned to the meeting room in the morning to continue discussing the revision of the script of The Butterfly Effect. This continued until the end of the get-off workday. Simon copied the script and storyboard drawing of Run Lola Run and gave it to David Giler. He also took the long memorandum on the script revision agreed upon in today's meeting, said goodbye to David Giler and Brian De Palma, left Fox Studios, and took a taxi back to the house he had just rented in the Montana district of Santa Monica. The traffic was a bit congested at the end of the working day, and Simon returned to his residence in the Montana area about half an hour later. In front of a villa near St. Vincent Avenue on the northern edge of the Montana area, Simon got off the taxi and sent the taxi driver away. Looking at the mansion covering an area of more than 800 square meters, he had a thought that made him grit his teeth for the nth time since Saturday afternoon, a spendthrift woman. Simon made an appointment with a real estate agent to view a house on Thursday last week, intending to rent an apartment. He was unexpectedly sent to the UCLA Medical Center. Simon originally planned to cancel the appointment. Janet Johnston learned about it and immediately took over the job with great interest, and delivered the lease contracts to Simon on Friday. The single-family villa with 3 living rooms, 3 bedrooms and 4 bathrooms, Simon almost jumped out of the bed when he saw the information on the lease contract. Please, are you kidding me? How can a single man like me need such a large residence? Moreover, the monthly rent of $2,700 does not seem too high compared to the mansion in Simon's impression. But this was 1986 after all. Even in Los Angeles, most people could not make $2,700 a month. Then, Simon was naturally unwilling to rent such a house. However, after a few words of defense, the woman who was originally fined started crying in front of the doctor and the real estate agent. While crying, she accused Simon of being a miser and ignoring her hard work after a day of running around. He was obviously rich but refused to rent a better house. What else can he do? Sign it. Simon really couldn't think of a more appropriate adjective except that he met the wrong person. Finally, what made people even more angry was that after being discharged from the hospital, Simon checked the villa he rented and found that the whole villa was empty, as if it had been robbed. Except for the most basic decoration, there was no other furniture. Oh, strictly speaking, there was furniture. There was a bed in the master bedroom. But, how could you not have a mattress? Chapter 38 Where are the furniture? After attending the production meeting, Simon spent the following days revising the script. Although he was working at home, Simon could not slack off. The crew would come every day to take Simon's revised draft away, and David Giler and Brian De Palma would frequently communicate with Simon on the phone about various details. The main creators of The Butterfly Effect have been determined, and the funds are all in place, so the production cycle is very tight, and it is expected to start shooting in early October. Simon needs to complete the revision of the second version of the script in the next 3 weeks. Then, 1 week before the filming of the film, according to the specific preparation status of the project, Simon needs to adjust and revise some details of the script again. These are the 2 script revision tasks involved in Simon's contract with Fox. After completing these tasks, Fox will pay the subsequent $60,000 balance in succession, and Simon can be regarded as having completely fulfilled his contract. In the future filming process, if the producer wants to revise the script again, he needs to re-sign the contract and pay additional remuneration. While busy revising the script of The Butterfly Effect, Simon did not give up the preparation of Run Lola Run. Under the introduction of David Giler, Simon spent $3,000 to hire a production assistant to help him complete the detailed budget table of Run Lola Run. Simon originally wanted to do this job himself, intending to accumulate some experience. All the memories in his mind came from professional technical talents. Although Simon in his previous life had some production experience, he was not suitable for Hollywood, which could be said to be a shortcoming of Simon. It was precisely because of this that after Simon remembered the budget cost of Run Lola Run incorrectly, although he noticed something was wrong, he continued to do it like a newborn calf. Fortunately, the result was not bad. Giving up making a movie budget table in person is a bit helpless. The subsequent revisions of The Butterfly Effect will take a total of 1 month. If Simon wants to complete the very trivial movie budget table in person, it may also take 1 month. Then, raising funds, forming a crew, selecting actors, etc. These tasks will take at least another 1 or 2 months. Even if everything goes well and everything is ready, it may be December by then, and Christmas and New Year's Day are coming one after another. In order to avoid frequent stoppages of the crew and increase the budget, Simon can only delay it until after the new year. Now, it was all done for $3,000. Simon could earn $60,000 in a month's work. Hiring a production assistant for a month only costs $3,000. The cost effectiveness is quite high. Simon also realized that the superiors are the ones who work hard. He gave up the idea of doing everything himself, and revised the script of The Butterfly Effect and prepared Lola Run at the same time. As long as he could get the funds, the film could start shooting in October and be completed before the Sundance Film Festival next year, as Simon planned. Simon worked hard for 2 weeks, and David Giler also received good news. Orion Pictures was very interested in Lola Run. Brian De Palma's family happened to be planning to hold a cocktail party this Saturday. Mike Madawa, president of Orion Pictures, agreed to take time to talk to Simon at the cocktail party. Since he was going to attend a formal occasion, Simon went out on Saturday morning and bought a formal suit and leather shoes. It was almost noon. Simon had just returned to the villa in the Montana area and was trying on the clothes he bought in the morning when the doorbell rang. Today was not a workday, and Simon did not know many people there. He ran to open the door with some doubts, and then saw Janet Johnston standing in front of the door with a handbag. The woman looked obviously more beautiful today. She was wearing a pink knee-length skirt and white leggings. She had a more girlish and playful aura. However, Simon had already deeply realized the little horror that could collapse at any time under this exquisite appearance. He glanced at the woman in front of the door, looked around, and subconsciously asked, "Where is Kathryn?" Janet was very dissatisfied with Simon's absent-minded attitude. She had dressed up well, so where were you looking? Hearing Simon's question, he was even more angry. "It's really interesting. Kate and I are not conjoined twins." Simon nodded helplessly. He had the urge to close the door casually, but after thinking about the consequences, he gave up. He turned sideways and let Janet in, and asked again, "Jenny, what do you want to talk to me about?" Janet did not answer immediately. She turned around in the empty living room, blinked her big eyes and asked Simon innocently, "Where are the furniture?" The house rented for $2,700 a month was actually empty. "You still have the nerve to ask this, don't you feel guilty?" Simon secretly complained and spread his hands unhappily. "Yes, where are the furniture?" If it was his own house, it would be okay if it was a little empty, and he could slowly decorate and add to it. But this was a rented house, and Simon was a bachelor, so he really didn't have the energy to take care of it carefully. After moving in, Simon simply added a few necessary furniture such as desks and chairs, wardrobes and mattresses, and left the other places empty. During this period, Simon even contacted a real estate agent to try to sublet the house, but the few potential tenants immediately gave up the idea of renting the house when they heard that the villa was not only unfurnished but also offered such a high price. Now, Simon can only wait patiently until the one-year contract expires and then check out. Janet seemed not to sense Simon's resentment, and suddenly she became happy. "But, it's good this way, we can just redecorate this place together." Simon caught a word suspiciously. "We?" Janet said excitedly. "Yes, Simon and Janet. Doesn't it sound like Bonnie and Clyde?" Simon nodded, took a step forward, put his hand on Janet's back. "Come." Feeling Simon's broad palm gently pushing her forward, Janet's fair face suddenly turned red, and she moved obediently with Simon's strength, saying, "Little bastard, it's new now. But, well, the basement is actually not bad." Simon felt a black line passing by in front of his eyes, came to the door, opened the door and pushed the woman out, saying, "Jenny, I'm glad you can come, goodbye." Janet stood at the door blankly, blinked a few times, then turned around, staring at Simon standing inside the door, with a weird look as if to see if you dare to close the door. Simon really didn't dare to close the door. After a moment of confrontation, he was defeated and started over again, saying, "Hey, Jenny, why are you here?" Janet looked at Simon with contempt, went back in, took out a 16-page picture frame from her handbag, handed it to Simon and said, "Here, coward." Well, it seems that he has another nickname. Thinking of this, Simon took the picture frame and found that it was a very poorly colored pencil painting. Several strange little people with alien temperaments stood hand in hand on the grass, surrounded by flowers, plants and trees, and the sun and the moon hung high above their heads. The whole painting was obviously the work of a child. Then, noticing the few lines of small words on the lower right corner of the painting, Simon realized that this was a very special thank you letter from the United Nations Children's Fund. Thank you, Simon, for generously donating $500,000 to the foundation. This painting was also from a Latin American child in need who would be rescued. $500,000 was obviously the compensation Simon received from Matthew Broderick some time ago. At that time, Simon casually gave it to Kathryn and asked her to donate it for him. Although Lola Run happened to be short of funds, Simon did not regret his original action at all. He never regarded the money as something he should have. If it weren't for Janet sending this painting today, Simon would have almost forgotten about it. Janet waited for Simon to look at it for a moment before speaking again. Her tone was much more normal. She said, "Actually, there are some receipts and so on, but I guess you are not interested, so I just threw them away. I framed this painting myself, how about it?" Simon nodded and said, "Very good, hang it up later, and this room will have a little decoration." "That's it, my work is done," Janet said, and took the picture frame from Simon again. She looked around and found that there was an inconspicuous small hook on the wall of the living room opposite the door. It should be left by the previous resident of this house. So she walked over and hung the picture frame in her hand directly. After taking a few steps back and looking at the scene for a moment, Janet nodded with satisfaction. Then she walked towards Simon again, took his arm and said, "Okay, let's go have lunch, it's your treat." Simon was dragged out by Janet, and he suggested weakly, "In fact, there's still pasta I cooked last night in the kitchen, enough for the two of us. Don't worry, I'll help you pour it out when I come back." "Oh, can you not come back? Kate went to Arizona, and I'm scared to live alone in Malibu, so I'll stay with you for the next few days." "Jenny, it's not good for you to do this." Janet patted Simon lightly. "Okay, I'm just kidding you, you cowardly little boy." The two walked out of the villa, and the woman's burgundy Ford was parked on the side of the road. Simon rarely went out these days, so he didn't have time to buy a car. At this time, he could only drive Janet's car to eat out. Opening the car door, Janet took the initiative to give the driver's seat to Simon, and directed the boy all the way to a French restaurant near the Brentwood Country Club. After sitting down in the restaurant, Janet suddenly realized that Simon was wearing a very formal shirt, trousers and brand new leather shoes. Before this, Simon had always been dressed casually in a t-shirt and jeans. Simon was a typical clothes rack, and this formal outfit did not make people feel strange at all. Janet, who was a little nervous, had not noticed it until now. Since she discovered this change, Janet naturally got to the bottom of it. Then, Simon had a female companion who was going to the cocktail party with him tonight. Chapter 39 Orion. Around 7:30 in the evening, outside a mansion halfway up the hill in Beverly Hills, the wine-red Ford sedan stopped at the side of a narrow mountain road. Simon got out of the car and turned to the other side, opened the car door, and looked at Janet Johnston, who naturally put her arm around him after getting out of the car. He whispered and joked, "Isn't this the calm before the storm?" Because it was a cocktail party with very free specifications, Simon changed into a shirt and trousers, but Janet was still wearing the pink dress she wore during the day. However, the woman seemed to have completely changed at this time. She was no longer crazy and casual as usual, and looked like a lady with impeccable gestures. Janet heard this teasing, glanced at Simon lightly, and pinched his arm without leaving a trace. Simon felt a tingling pain in his arm, and he was relieved immediately. "Okay. This is normal." Entering the mansion, Simon and Janet were led by the waiter to the swimming pool in the front yard, and Brian De Palma and David Giler came up to greet them. There were already quite a few guests at the party. They noticed that Brian De Palma and David Giler were walking towards a young couple at the same time. They all looked over curiously, and there were a few whispers among them. After the two sides greeted each other, the two middle-aged men immediately became obviously curious about Janet, who was elegant beside Simon. They knew Simon's personal situation well, so they were very puzzled why Simon suddenly brought such a female companion today. After all, Janet was not one of those unknown actors who wanted to hitchhike into Hollywood. Instead, she looked more like a lady from a wealthy family. Sensing the curiosity of the two, Simon took the initiative to introduce, "Brian, David, this is Janet Johnston, she is a painter. Jenny, this is Mr. Brian De Palma, and this is Mr. David Giler." Janet listened to Simon's introduction, shook hands with the two middle-aged men gracefully, and even complimented them a few times. After everyone exchanged greetings, Brian De Palma had to go greet other guests. David Giler whispered to Simon that Mike Medawa, president of Orion Pictures, would arrive in a while, and then took him and Janet to shuttle between the guests tonight, enthusiastically introducing Simon. Hollywood seems to be very big, but in fact, once you break in, this circle becomes very small. It was only the first time Simon attended a party in this circle, and he met Al Pacino, Michael Caine, Harvey Keitel, Melanie Griffith and other Hollywood stars who were once completely out of reach. Of course, when they met for the first time, everyone just chatted briefly, and it was naturally impossible to establish any friendship immediately. But Simon also knew that this kind of contact opportunity was the dream of many people who wanted to desperately enter this circle. The reason is actually very simple. After meeting each other and getting familiar with each other, if there is a possibility of cooperation in the future, they can contact each other. The two reactions of XXX, "Oh, I saw him at Brian's party," and XXX, "Who is that?" will definitely lead to completely different results. After patiently leading Simon to socialize, David Giler also left for a while. Simon and Janet stood together at the railing overlooking the entire Los Angeles, each holding a cocktail and taking a short break. Janet sipped the cocktail in the glass gracefully. Seeing Simon's focused eyes on the brightly lit city night scene at the foot of the mountain, she teased, "Little boy, are you suddenly ambitious?" "No," Simon shook his head and said, "I just remembered a movie. There was a guy who was, very unprofessional." Janet noticed the inexplicable emotion that flashed across Simon's expression and was a little confused. "Huh?" Simon raised his head and drank the drink in his hand in one gulp. He returned to normal and smiled, "Nothing, a movie that hasn't been filmed yet, so I can't tell you." Janet looked at Simon and suddenly nodded. Her bright eyes under the light seemed to contain two little beasts eager to try. She echoed, "Little boy, are you going to start talking nonsense? I'll accompany you." Simon looked at Janet's serious expression that was on the edge of madness. He suddenly wanted to touch the woman's fair face. He raised his arm slightly, but stopped in an instant and said, "Don't be like this. I still hope you can stick to this elegant temperament to the end. It's a very face-saving thing for a man." "Haha, okay," Janet chuckled, and the aura that had just gathered dissipated instantly. She said, "Actually, I feel like a lot of them know you." Simon naturally noticed the playfulness in many people's eyes when David Giler introduced him, and smiled and said, "It shouldn't be a good reputation." Compared to him, a new screenwriter who had just emerged in the WMA packaging incident last time, Simon felt that these people were more likely to notice him because he broke the leg bones of those five guys a few days ago. Even David Giler would ask about this matter when chatting privately, and asked you if Simon had learned kung fu like Bruce Lee. To be honest, Simon himself didn't remember the situation that night very well. He was on the verge of collapse at that time. However, during this period of time, Simon gradually realized that his strength was indeed much greater than that of ordinary people. Moreover, although he didn't know any kung fu, he did have some professional fighting skills in his mind. However, Simon had no idea how strong these factors would be when transformed into force value. He was not a violent person and was too lazy to do such a test. The two chatted for a while, and David Giler soon appeared again, with a tall but wealthy middle-aged man. "Mike, this is Simon." David Giler gestured to Simon, and then said, "Simon, this is Mike Medawa, the president of Orion Pictures." Simon shook hands with the other party politely, and briefly introduced Janet beside him. David Giler then took them to the terrace on the second floor of the villa behind him. There was a set of tables and chairs on the terrace, and the view is much better than the railing just now. After instructing the waiter to bring the drinks and snacks, David Giler chatted for a while, then stood up and walked away, leaving the communication space to Simon and Mike Medawa. What was to be discussed next was not a secret, and Simon did not send Janet away, but just concentrated on responding to Mike Medawa's temptation. In the 1980s, due to the overall recovery of the film industry, a large number of outstanding independent production companies emerged in Hollywood. Compared with the more well-known New Line and Miramax, the strength of film companies such as Orion, Canon, Carlock, and Castle Rock is actually stronger in this era. Among them, Orion has many similarities with Miramax. This film company has produced and released many excellent films favored by the Oscars, such as The Silence of the Lambs, Dances with Wolves, Love in Prague, and Platoon. After Orion went bankrupt in the early 1990s, the Weinstein brothers of Miramax gradually began to emerge in the Oscars. In addition to Orion, other film companies such as Canon, Carlock, and Castle Rock also fell one after another before the new century, and most of them became dispensable shell brands under the names of some media groups. In the end, only New Line and Miramax, which had been attached to Time Warner and Disney in advance, survived relatively luckily. On the terrace, Mike McDowell was not a talkative person, but it was obvious from his words that he had a detailed understanding of Simon himself and Run Lola Run, and even read the script of The Butterfly Effect. After noticing this, Simon also realized that Orion was really interested in Run Lola Run, and the possibility of cooperation between the two sides was still very high. Period. However, if it was not the case, David Giler would not have arranged this meeting solemnly. The two exchanged for a while, and Mike McDowell gradually talked about the substantive topic of cooperation. Simon, Run Lola Run is indeed a very novel story, and its low cost can also offset the shortcomings of this film in terms of commercial potential. However, it is difficult for me to agree to your request for absolute creative autonomy. After listening to Mike McDowell, Simon said, Mike, although the story of Run Lola Run looks simple, the details are very coherent and meticulous. Apart from myself, I don't think anyone else can fully present this story. Moreover, I have said that I can start the production of the film with my own money. If Orion is not satisfied with my preliminary shooting results, he can choose to withdraw immediately. But if Orion recognizes my work results, then I also hope to get a creative environment without interference. Of course, I have no opinion on the script or the story. Mike Meadows shook his head and said, Simon, I mean the cast. Speaking of which, Orion is not interested in independent film projects that are too small. We are not a B-level film producer like Roger Corman. So, Orion can provide a production budget of $1 million for this film, but if it chooses to invest, Orion will not give up halfway. Simon hesitated and said, Mike, what do you mean? Mike Meadows said, Simon, don't mention your plan to start the production with your own money. However, I respect your idea of wanting a chance. Therefore, Orion can invest in this movie with a budget of $1 million, and the cast of the movie must be selected by Orion. At the same time, we will give you a week of shooting time. If your work results are satisfactory, then continue. Orion will try not to interfere with your creation as much as possible. Otherwise, we will take back the project and replace a director to continue shooting. By the way, regarding the script, I can give you $50,000, as well as future videotapes and TV broadcasts. Finally, Orion also hopes to get your priority choice of a future script. I know you have signed a contract with Fox, but this is not a conflict. You will not only create 3 scripts, right? Chapter 40. Do you want it? After 2 hours at a cocktail party, Simon took Janet to leave just after 9:30. On Sunset Boulevard, Janet, with a flushed face, leaned against the slightly open car window to enjoy the breeze for a while, then looked at Simon beside her and said, Little boy, are you going to agree to it? Simon nodded and said, Yes, Orion's conditions are still very sincere. But, Janet tilted her head and said, They only give you a week for trial shooting. Aren't you afraid that they will deliberately kick you out? Simon naturally had such concerns. He was not a naive person, and he knew very well that Hollywood was full of countless intrigues. However, if he wanted to start Run Lola Run in the short term, he would not have any better choice. Moreover, at the cocktail party just now, Brian De Palma gave Simon another guarantee. Didn't you just hear that? Brian said that as long as Orion finally chooses me to be the director, he can be named as the executive producer of this film. Although Brian De Palma's reputation is far less effective than Spielberg's, and he has been in a trough in the past 2 years, he is still one of the most famous directors in Hollywood. Being able to be named as the executive producer of a completely new work by a newcomer can still add a lot of attention to this film. In addition, Simon is confident in his own ability. As long as Orion does not have malicious intentions to seize this film from the beginning, he believes that this matter will have a very good result. However, in this way, the favor owed will become more and more. Moreover, Orion has given a budget of $1 million, so naturally he will not agree to let a newcomer like Sandra, who has no qualifications, be the heroine, which is also a problem. Janet, who was sitting in the passenger seat, noticed Simon's frown as he was thinking. She was silent for a moment and said, If you hadn't donated the money, you would definitely be able to make this movie without any constraints, right? Simon heard Janet suddenly mention this again, and glanced at the woman. Seeing a hint of guilt in her expression, he said, "This matter has nothing to do with you. If I wanted to keep the money, none of you would be able to take it away from me." Janet blinked, with a little more dissatisfaction in her expression, and insisted, "How can it not be related? It must be related." Simon smiled, stopped answering, and began to concentrate on driving. Janet also turned her head away like a little girl, and seemed to be suddenly angry with Simon. The Ford sedan drove along the winding Sunset Boulevard at the foot of the Santa Monica Mountains. After more than 10 minutes, Janet noticed a neon billboard on the side of the road and turned her head again, saying, "Hey, we'll pass the Palisades just ahead. Are you lost?" The Palisades is a mid-mountain luxury residential area on the western edge of the downtown section of the Santa Monica Mountains in Los Angeles. Although it still belongs to the city of Santa Monica, going a little further, reaching the end of Sunset Boulevard and turning onto California Highway 1, is the Malibu area. This side has obviously missed the Montana area where Simon lives. Simon shook his head and said, "No, don't you live in Malibu? I'll take you home." Janet curled her lips and said with contempt, "Coward, are you really afraid that I will stay at your house?" Simon smiled and said, "You drank." Janet was stunned, but a little unconvinced, and said, "You drank too." Simon only drank a very light cocktail at the beginning of the party, and the alcohol content was not even as high as beer. However, after he and Mike Madawa finished talking about things, Janet asked the waiter to mix a glass of high-concentration vodka. Simon was naturally worried about the woman driving back like this. Seeing that Janet was still looking at him steadily, Simon shrugged and said, "So, I am a man. Even if I am caught by the police, I will go to jail." When Janet heard Simon's words, her long eyelashes flickered a few times, and the whole person seemed to soften suddenly. She leaned sideways on the seat, and a layer of water in her eyes. Simon felt the woman beside him suddenly stop moving, turned his head to look, and immediately shuddered as if he was frightened, saying, "Don't be like this, people are not delicious at all." Janet blinked a few times again, suddenly reached out and pinched Simon's waist mercilessly, and said angrily, "Asshole, you are really a little asshole." With such a fuss, the Ford sedan had unknowingly arrived outside a mansion near Malibu Point Dume Park. Simon stopped the car and looked at Janet, who was still curled up in the passenger seat like a little girl. After a pause, he leaned over and kissed Janet on the cheek gently, saying, "Okay, good night, go back and go to bed early. Also, lend me the car, and I will return it to you tomorrow." Janet found that when Simon came over, she actually raised her cheek to let him kiss her, and immediately felt that she was too disappointing. However, after hearing Simon's instructions, she still nodded and reluctantly pushed the door and got out of the car. Watching the black sliding iron gate across the street open and then slowly close, Simon turned the car around and drove back the way he came. Inside the mansion, Janet felt that she might not have sobered up yet, and was even a little more drunk. She turned on all the lights in the living room and fell softly on the sofa. She felt a little floating, so she rolled to the left and then to the right. Then she fell on the carpet. She rubbed her head, which was a little painful, and naturally took her anger out on someone. Then she remembered what happened tonight. After thinking for a moment, she quickly made up her mind. She didn't want to get up, so she rubbed against the low table next to the sofa like a lazy cat, reached out and pulled the phone down and held it in her arms, and slowly dialed a number. After a few beeps, the call was connected. "Hi, Iceberg, have you missed me recently?" The quality of long-distance calls across the ocean was very poor. Not only was there a clear waiting time, but there was also an electric current sound. After a while, the other side replied, which was quite impolite. But she was not angry, she just laughed. "Of course I have something to talk to you about. Who would want to talk to you if there is nothing to do? I am afraid of freezing." Okay, it's like this, lend me 1 million, yes, it's US dollars. I won't ask the old man for it, and tell him that if he dares to send some messy men to date me again, I will openly find a woman to marry. Please, if you don't lend me, I can only sell my stocks. Wow, you cold-blooded woman, you actually want to take my stocks? Are we still relatives? Be careful or I will break off relations with you. Then how much can you lend me? 500,000. How can you only have 500,000? Okay, it should still be daytime in Melbourne. Call me now, I need it tomorrow. That's it, bye. Oh, I'll talk to you for a while, I'm almost freezing to death. The next day, I woke up and prepared breakfast. There was no dining table in the restaurant, so I could only sit at the bar in the kitchen and eat slowly. I was a little worried about how to tell Sandra Bullock about what happened last night. Sandra had also spent a lot of energy on this movie during this period, and the two had originally agreed to revisit all the locations they had surveyed today. Mike McDowell said he could seriously consider it for a few days, but Simon didn't plan to delay. It seems that there will be a chance to make up for it in the future. Thinking of this, after breakfast, Simon was about to call Sandra Bullock to come out and chat, when the doorbell suddenly rang. He opened the door, and Janet, who had changed into a casual outfit today, appeared outside again. Simon once again looked around and asked, "How did you get here?" Janet raised her limited edition Hermes bag with disdain. "You don't think I only have one car, do you?" "Okay," Simon asked Janet as he let her in. "So, what's up today?" Janet didn't say much, and took out a check from her bag and handed it to Simon. "Hey, you can run Lola Run exactly as you want. If it's not enough, I can get some more next month." Simon looked at the check, which was for $680,000. If he followed a budget made by the production assistant he hired, this amount would be enough. But Simon hesitated for a moment before saying, "Jenny, I am still very confident in my movie. However, you should also know that movies are probably the most risky investment in the world. No one can predict whether a movie will be successful." Janet rolled her eyes impatiently before Simon finished speaking. "You are so nagging, little boy. Do you want it or not?" "Yes," Simon nodded immediately, but quickly said, "But if you lose money, don't cry, especially don't cry like you did in the hospital that day." Chapter 41. Who is Daenerys? After parking the car on the side of the road, lawyer George Norman unbuckled his seat belt, looked at his niece who looked a little embarrassed in the passenger seat again, and said with a smile, "Jenny, what's going on? Did you know Simon Westeros before?" Jennifer Rebold, who was still wearing a ponytail today, shook her head and said, "Really not, Uncle. I just think he's very special." George Norman looked at his niece again, smiled, and stopped asking questions, saying, "Maybe I can formally introduce you to him next year." If it weren't for Janet Johnston, a newcomer would be enough to represent this boy's affairs. With that, George Norman and the other person got out of the car, came to the door of the villa, and rang the doorbell. A moment later, a short-haired girl opened the door and looked at the two people outside the door with some confusion. George Norman smiled and glanced at his niece before introducing himself. "Hello, is this Simon Westeros's home? I am George Norman, Simon's lawyer. We have an appointment." "Oh, hello, Mr. Norman, please come in." The short-haired girl made way to the side and explained, "The copy paper just ran out. Simon went out to buy some, and hasn't come back yet. I'm so sorry. And I'm Sandra Bullock, Simon's friend." "It doesn't matter, we arrived a few minutes early." George Norman shook hands with Sandra and introduced his niece. "This is Jennifer, my assistant." Jennifer Rebold also extended her hand to Sandra, but her eyes were looking at the empty living room. George Norman looked around. His expression also looked very strange. Sandra looked around, also a little embarrassed, and smiled. Simon said that he was plotted against and had to rent this apartment. Jennifer Rebold smiled and noticed a strange painting hanging on the wall not far away, so she walked over curiously. George Norman and Sandra followed the girl as she moved. Sandra took the initiative to introduce again. Simon said he donated a sum of money to UNICEF, and then he got this thing, which is very meaningful. George Norman heard this, looked at Sandra, and then glanced at his niece. From Sandra's tone, the girl obviously didn't know that Simon Westeros actually donated a full $500,000. As for Jennifer, seeing this, "I don't know what my niece would think." With this thought, George Norman couldn't help but become more curious about what happened between his niece and Simon Westeros. However, he couldn't get to the bottom of these things between children. After chatting for a few words, there was a sound behind them. The three turned around and saw Simon walking in with a bag of copy paper. Seeing that George Norman had arrived early, Simon apologized again. After everyone greeted each other again, Simon said, "Mr. Norman, Miss Rebold, let's go to the back." So saying, through the living room and corridor, the three of them soon came to the backyard. Compared to the empty villa, the backyard seems much more full. It is a garden full of vitality. Unlike other luxury houses, there is no swimming pool in the yard, but there is a very beautiful pergola. The afternoon sunlight in Los Angeles shines through the gaps between the vines and leaves, which looks very artistic. Under the pergola is a long wooden table and a few simple wooden chairs added by Simon. Seeing Sandra naturally come forward and start to pick up the large number of drawings spread on the table, Jennifer Raybould also took the initiative to help, but she couldn't help but be attracted by the drawings in front of her. These should all be drawn by him? Really amazing. She looked at a drawing for a while with some concentration, and then she found that the short-haired girl opposite was looking at her. Then she realized that the other drawings had been put away, leaving only this one in her hand. She handed it over a little embarrassedly. But she couldn't help but wonder, is the girl in the drawing her? How lucky. Simon invited George Norman and Jennifer Raybould to sit down at the long table, and Sandra took the initiative to make coffee. After sitting down, George Norman took out a thick file bag from his briefcase, handed it to the boy opposite him, and said, "Simon, this is the information of the 2 companies you entrusted us to apply for. You can take a look first, and I will explain some of the details to you later." Simon nodded, opened the file bag, and took out all the various documents inside. Along with these documents, there were 2 boxes. After looking at them, each box contained several seals. Then there were 2 similar company registration certificates and other documents. Since it has been decided to produce Lola Run independently, it is natural to set up a special company. In North America, where the business system is very mature, it is also very easy to set up a company. After consulting George Norman, Simon commissioned the other party's firm to help him register 2 companies. At this time, the 2 certificates in his hand were written with the names of the 2 companies. Westeros Company. Deanery's Film Company. Since Westeros has been taken out, Simon naturally doesn't mind borrowing the name of the Dragon Mother again. In fact, the production of Lola Run will be placed under Deanery's Film Company. As for Westeros, it was a move by Simon to occupy the spot in advance. The lawsuit between Apple, which produces electronic products, and Apple, which produces records, lasted for decades. If the name Westeros is registered in advance, there will be no fear of being preempted and falling into a passive position in the future. No matter where you are, there are many people who like to do this kind of thing. In addition, at the suggestion of George Norman, the 2 companies were registered in Delaware on the East Coast. According to private lawyers, due to Delaware's advantages in taxation and business law, entrepreneurs in North America and even many countries in the world will register companies in Delaware, and half of the Fortune 500 companies are registered there. It is said that there are thousands of registered companies on every street in Wilmington, the capital of Delaware. Simon was flipping through them when Sandra came back with a tray and poured coffee for everyone. The girl sat down next to Simon and looked through the registration information of the 2 companies with interest. Westeros, this is easy to understand. But Deanery's pictures? Sandra took a few glances and asked directly, "Simon, who is Deanery's?" If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42 Mortgage. Who is Deanery's? When Simon heard this question, he immediately thought of the long list of domineering titles of the Dragon Mother. Deanery's Stormborn, the Unburned, Queen of Meereen, Queen of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, Ruler of the 7 Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm, Khaleesi of the Grasslands, Breaker of Chains, Mother of Dragons. But I can't tell you this. I'm afraid it will scare you. Flipping through the documents in his hand casually, Simon shook his head calmly and said, "I forgot where I saw this name. I thought it was interesting, so I used it." Sandra noticed that Simon said this with a nonchalant look, and knew he was talking nonsense. However, looking at George Norman and Jennifer Raybould opposite, Sandra did not expose it, but just smiled in agreement. Jennifer Raybould, holding a coffee cup, also did not speak, with a smile on her lips. George Norman did not think much about it. After Simon roughly read the registration information of the 2 companies, he began to explain some precautions to him. After more than an hour, after confirming that Simon had no more questions, George Norman and Jennifer Raybould stood up to say goodbye. Simon and Sandra sent the 2 out of the villa together. After saying goodbye again, Jennifer Raybould finally plucked up the courage to ask Simon, "So, Simon, are you planning to make a movie yourself?" Simon smiled and nodded, yes. Feeling the boy's gaze on her, Jennifer suddenly didn't know what to say. She smiled shyly and said, well, I look forward to seeing it in the future. If you are interested, Simon replied, you can come to Park City at the Sundance Film Festival next year. Jennifer showed a puzzled expression. Sundance. The girl's reaction was not strange. The Sundance Film Festival, initiated by Robert Redford, was only held last year, and next year will only be the third session. In fact, the Sundance Film Festival did not begin to attract more and more attention until more than 10 years later. Simon patiently explained, this is a film festival initiated by Robert Redford to support independent films. It will be held in mid-January. In fact, even if you are not interested in movies, going to Park City in January is also a good choice. The ski resort there is great. Jennifer naturally knew Robert Redford. After hearing what Simon said, she smiled and nodded, saying, okay, if I can spare the time, I will definitely go there. After chatting for a few words, Jennifer got into the car waiting on the roadside. After the funds were in place and the company was registered, Bill Rock, the production assistant hired by Simon, also made a budget for Run Lola Run. According to the shooting specifications given by Simon, the entire film is expected to invest $650,000. In this way, just Janet's check is enough. However, since Lee gave up the cooperation with Orion, Simon himself also hoped to invest some funds. Before Janet took out the check, Simon had already sent his contract with Fox to several banks for mortgage evaluation. The terms of the videotape and TV broadcast rights in this contract were still very valuable. After review, Wells Fargo was willing to give Simon a mortgage loan of up to $100,000, with better conditions than several other banks, and Simon agreed without hesitation. The federal tax filing deadline is April 15th, and you can apply for a 6-month extension. Simon is not considering the issue of withholding taxes for the time being. Therefore, out of the $200,000 basic royalty in the contract, Simon can still take out $150,000, excluding the agent's commission and daily expenses, and with the Wells Fargo loan, the total is $250,000. After some negotiations, Simon invested $250,000 and Janet invested $400,000. The interests of the two in this film are completely distributed according to the investment ratio. Simon accounts for 38.5% and Janet accounts for 61.5%. In addition, Simon completely gave up his personal director, screenwriter and other salaries. Janet's check of $680,000, which was originally in small and large amounts, had obviously emptied her pockets. Simon was full of gratitude for this and had no intention of fighting for more benefits for himself. After solving the most important funding problem, Simon also completed the script revision of The Butterfly Effect around August 15th, and then began to invest in the production of Run Lola Run. Then, Simon once again deeply realized the truth that connections are more important than ability in Hollywood. With the help and guidance of Jonathan Friedman, David Giler, Brian De Palma and others, the formation of the crew was much smoother than Simon had imagined. Santa Monica. In the busy work, time unknowingly entered September. In an office building on 16th Street in Midtown, the headquarters of Deaneries Pictures is located here. Simon rented 3 offices in this 5-story office building at the end of August. With the introduction of David Giler, Simon hired another producer during this period, named Ron McMillan. Ron McMillan is a white middle-aged man with a somewhat thin figure, about 40 years old. It is said that he worked as a set designer in Martin Scorsese's Taxi Driver. This is also his first time as a producer. The reason why David Giler introduced him here is that he is very good at coordinating the shooting of outdoor scenes, which is obviously what Run Lola Run needs most. However, Simon had been in Martin Scorsese's crew 10 years ago, but he was still unknown after so many years. Simon was still somewhat skeptical of his ability. Ron McMillan obviously felt that it was unreliable for a young man like Simon, who was only about 20 years old, to make a movie. Therefore, the two sides worked together for a whole week before they recognized each other. In terms of salary, Ron McMillan was also unceremonious and asked for $1,000 per week. The crew's budget was not abundant, and Simon suggested signing a contract with a basic salary plus profit sharing, but was rejected by Ron McMillan. The middle-aged man was obviously not optimistic about the prospects of Run Lola Run. After bargaining, Ron McMillan's weekly salary was finally determined to be $850. The shooting period of Run Lola Run has been basically determined to be 6 weeks, and the preparatory period will probably take the same amount of time. In other words, Ron McMillan will be paid $10,000 for 12 weeks of work. Compared to those regular commercial films, this remuneration is obviously very shabby, but for Run Lola Run, Ron McMillan is definitely the highest paid behind-the-scenes staff of the crew. Fortunately, after signing the employment contract, Ron McMillan also showed enough professional ability. Entering September, the crew's main task is to select actors for a number of roles in Run Lola Run. Simon will work on the butterfly effect for another week at the end of September, so the crew's casting work must be completed within 3 weeks. According to the plan, Simon will make the last revision of the script of the butterfly effect, and Ron McMillan will also select the lighting, scenery, props and other behind-the-scenes staff on behalf of Simon. If everything goes well, Run Lola Run is likely to start shooting in early October like the butterfly effect. In the office that was temporarily arranged as an audition room, there are 4 people sitting behind the audition table. Simon and Ron McMillan are in the middle, and next to Simon is Sandra Bullock. As the heroine, she will cooperate today to help play with a potential male lead. Next to Ron McMillan was a woman in her early 30s named Linda Vargas, who was the casting director of Run Lola Run and was also introduced by David Giler. After interviewing another young man who auditioned for the role of Lola's boyfriend, Ron McMillan waited for him to leave and brought up another matter again. Simon, no matter what, I still suggest that you hire a professional photographer. If you want to learn photography, you can practice in private. It's too rash to practice on this movie. Simon wrote down a few notes on the actor's information and said to Ron McMillan, "Ron, do you think this movie has high requirements for photographers?" Ron McMillan nodded and said, "Of course, there are so many shots that need to change speed, and there are many very complicated camera movements. If not, there is no need for me to mention these to you repeatedly." Simon said, "Well, Ron, our production budget is only $650,000. No matter what, it is impossible to hire an outstanding photographer. Instead of letting a mediocre person take this position, I might as well do it myself. I have shown you a lot of my ideas for shooting various scenes, so let's stop here and interview the actors as soon as possible." As he said this, Simon turned a page of the information in his hand, looked at the name on the information, and had a strange expression, but he still ordered Susan Landis, the first official employee of Deanery's Pictures who had just been hired, to call the next auditioner in. Seeing that the two were no longer arguing, Sandra Bullock and Linda Vargas on both sides of them turned their attention back to the list in front of them. As another young man walked in, everyone looked over. This was a tall and handsome young man wearing a daily t-shirt and jeans, with long hair and a layer of stubble. However, this young man obviously walked with a splayed step. Simon recalled the Run Lola Run in his mind and found that the original Lola's boyfriend Manny seemed to walk with a splayed step. Is this a coincidence? Moreover, Simon casually sent out this audition invitation, and he didn't expect the other party to come to participate in the audition. Linda Vargas, who was sitting next to Ron McMillan, waited for the young man to stand still, looked at Simon and Ron, and then said, "So, Mr. Keanu Reeves, can you introduce yourself first?" Chapter 43. The male lead is confirmed. It's all over now. That homeless guy must have taken it. He'll fly to Florida or Hawaii, or Canada, Panama, or Bermuda, and live freely. Where's Lonnie? He'll kill me, Laura. You have to tell him. Come on, he won't believe a word he says. Why? Once I left a box of cigarettes behind, and he found out right away. He doesn't trust anyone, and this deal is a test to see if I can be trusted. How much money is in the bag? $100,000. What? $100,000, a test. Oh, damn. In the audition room, Simon listened carefully to Sandra Bullock and Keanu Reeves finish rehearsing this dialogue, and made a stop gesture. Okay, that's enough. Both of them stopped. Simon waited for Keanu Reeves to stand still again, and said, "So, Keanu, can you tell me why you are interested in this movie?" "I think this is a very special movie." Keanu Reeves raised his head slightly, thought for a while, and said, "Special mode, special story. If I can participate, I believe it will be a very special experience." Simon smiled and said, "Then you must also understand that this is an absolute female-led movie, and it will not have much promoting effect on your career." Keanu Reeves also smiled and said, "Compared to my career, I would like to try something interesting." Okay, Simon nodded and said, the last question, the male lead's hair must not be longer than the female lead, so if you want to participate in this movie, you need to cut your hair. Is there a problem? Keanu Reeves shook his head, no problem. Simon said with satisfaction, then, thank you for coming here today, Keanu, we will inform you of the result as soon as possible. After Keanu Reeves left, Sandra said, Simon, you seem to be very interested in this actor. Simon looked at Sandra and asked with a smile, don't you know Keanu? He is also from WMA. Sandra rolled her eyes and said, WMA has more than 3,000 clients. How can I know them all? Simon nodded suddenly. As far as he could remember, Sandra Bullock and Keanu Reeves had been good friends since they worked together in Speed. He didn't expect that they were still strangers now. However, now that he thought about it, it was not a coincidence that they could work together. They both belonged to WMA. In the 1990s, the project packaging model should have been the mainstream operation model of several major Hollywood agencies. Thinking of this, Simon looked at Ron McMillan on the other side. Ron, what do you think of him? Well, Ron smiled and said, Simon, you should judge for yourself this time. Simon felt that Ron's expression was a little strange, and asked, what's wrong? Ron shrugged, and said without hiding it, I happen to know Keanu's stepfather Paul Aaron. Paul called me this morning. Simon was a little confused. Paul Aaron. Ron explained, he is a director, but most of the time he is making TV movies for several major TV stations. We have worked together several times and are quite familiar with each other. Okay. Simon complained a little in his heart. Did they say that Keanu Reeves had experienced ups and downs since he was a child and almost starved to death when he was in the most difficult time in Hollywood? How come he has become the second generation of Hollywood in the blink of an eye? Shaking his head gently, Simon put aside these messy thoughts and simply evaluated Keanu Reeves based on his performance. This year, Keanu Reeves is only 22 years old. Although he has stubble, he can't hide his youth. The whole person is far from the gloomy and cold temperament many years later. Although he looks a little too handsome to play a gangster, it's not too wrong. In fact, in the original Time and Space, the first Hollywood movie River's Edge that Keanu Reeves participated in, the role he played was a problem teenager. In the following years, Keanu Reeves also tried the comedy route. It was not until The Matrix that Keanu Reeves' screen image was finalized, and it was difficult to get rid of Neo's windbreaker Black Mirror savior. After thinking about it for a while, Simon quickly made up his mind. After flipping through the remaining materials, there were still 4 copies left. Simon did not stop directly, but signaled the staff to call the next auditioner in. The day after the audition, the crew of Lola Run officially confirmed Keanu Reeves as the male lead. As a rookie who had just entered Hollywood, although he had some experience in acting in TV series, the crew still offered Keanu Reeves a low salary of only $2,000. In addition to the male lead, other roles in Lola Run were quickly finalized in the following days. On the other hand, The Butterfly Effect also completed the casting and pre-production of supporting roles. During this period, Simon also attended several auditions for this film and provided some of his own suggestions for the selection of roles. At the end of September, according to the contract signed with Fox, Simon also closed himself off again and began to make the final revisions to the script of The Butterfly Effect. In comparison, Lola Run does not have such a rigorous production process. However, a low-cost production with an investment of $650,000 and a large-scale production with an investment of $10 million are indeed not comparable. Peter Sanders, the vice president of Fox in charge of The Butterfly Effect, learned that Simon was also working on Lola Run while serving as the screenwriter of The Butterfly Effect, and even specifically expressed his dissatisfaction with Simon's not doing his job properly. David Giler and Brian De Palma both worshipped Peter Sanders like a Buddha statue, and Simon didn't pay much attention to them. September 26th. Friday. Today was the last day for script revision. Simon rushed to Fox Studios early in the morning and held a full-day meeting with David Giler, Brian De Palma and other main creators. It was not until 5 o'clock in the afternoon that Simon drove a black Chevrolet SUV home from get off work. This was a car Simon had just bought recently. Compared with the square Santana appearance of sedans in this era, the SUV with clear edges and corners barely met Simon's aesthetics, and the price was not expensive. It was only more than $32,000 including various taxes and fees. Simon couldn't afford the money now, So he applied for a 3-year installment payment, and only had to pay less than $1,000 in mortgage payments each month. As soon as Simon returned to his residence in Montana, he received a call from Janet. She said very directly that they wanted to have dinner together in the evening and Simon would treat them. She had already booked a restaurant and said reluctantly that Kathryn would also come with them. Chapter 44 Prepared Excuse. Simon drove to the restaurant near the Brentwood Country Club where he had been last time. After waiting for a while, Kathryn and Janet came over together. Sitting down in the restaurant, Simon looked at Kathryn, who was obviously in a low mood today, and asked tentatively, "Has there been another change in the filming of Blood Night?" Before Kathryn could speak, Janet said, "I'm afraid it will be delayed until after the new year." Simon had recently seen some news about De Laurentiis Entertainment Group, the production company of Blood Night, and asked with concern, how could this happen? The restaurant waiter came over at this time, and the three of them paused their conversation. After ordering dinner, Kathryn said, "Producer Edward Feldman called me this afternoon and said that De Laurentiis Entertainment has completely run out of money. We have to wait until the end of the year to collect the share of several films released this year before my film can start filming." Hearing what Kathryn said, Simon was also a little silent. There are many examples in Hollywood where a movie is delayed for months or even years and eventually fails due to funding, creative issues, etc. Kathryn's experience is not surprising. After a moment, Simon said, "So, Kathryn, have you been unemployed again recently?" Kathryn nodded absent-mindedly and said, "Yes." Simon said, "In that case, why don't you help me?" Kathryn raised her head uncertainly. Simon said, "Run Lola Run. This movie will start shooting next month. But I probably still need to." Kathryn raised her hand to gesture, but couldn't find a good excuse for a while, so she turned to Janet beside her. Janet's eyes began to blink when she heard what Simon had just said. Simon also looked over. Janet's eyelashes were very long, so she didn't need to wear false eyelashes. They looked very beautiful when they blinked. "Jenny, would you like to order another serving of foie gras? People who blink frequently should be lacking in vitamin D, and animal livers are rich in it." Hearing Simon's teasing, Janet immediately stopped blinking, grabbed the fork with a hateful expression and poked Simon in the air. Kathryn smiled as she watched the two interacting, and said, "I think, forget it." "Why forget it?" Janet suddenly spoke up, stretched out her hand and held Kathryn's arm, saying, "Kate, we'll all go. I'm the investor who holds the majority of the shares. If necessary, I might even fire the director and let you do it." Simon listened to Janet's gnashing tone, put his hands together with a look of fear, and lowered his head to beg for mercy. "Jenny, I was wrong. How about I help you order 2 servings of foie gras?" Janet casually threw a stack of napkins over and hit Simon on the head, saying, "Little bastard, hit you." After laughing and joking for a while, under Janet's instigation, Kathryn finally agreed to serve as Simon's assistant director. The final remuneration agreed was that Simon would also help the Blood Corpse night crew for a period of time. Janet had no interest in the production of Run Lola Run. Simon had previously suggested that women should be producers, not just a name only. Janet, who was lazy, only took on the task of helping Simon paint a butterfly-themed mural in the casino scene, which was one of the 3 hints of the butterfly effect theme in the film. With Kathryn's participation, Janet also got excited and participated. Then, early the next morning, Janet came to work with great enthusiasm. The time was 8 o'clock in the morning. Although Simon was used to getting up early, he had just had breakfast at this time. Hearing the doorbell, Simon ran to open the door, and then saw Janet dressed in an office lady's outfit. Seeing that Simon's eyes were about to sweep to other places, a pair of slightly cold little hands reached out directly, holding Simon's face to prevent him from turning away, and then Janet's aggressive voice, "If you continue to be like this, I will really be angry, and the consequences will be serious." Simon nodded stiffly under the woman's claws, and Janet let go of his head. Following Simon into the villa, Janet couldn't wait to ask, "Little boy, what are we doing today?" Simon came to the kitchen, picked up the dishes he had just washed and came to the sink, and said simply, "Rest." Janet came over and said dissatisfiedly, "How can this be? As an ambitious person, you are really too unmotivated." Simon didn't explain. Although there is still more than a week before the filming starts, from next Monday until the end of the film, Simon will not have any free time. This weekend is the only opportunity to rest in the next few months. After washing the dishes, Simon left the kitchen and went to the bedroom. After blocking Janet, who wanted to follow him in, Simon changed his clothes and came out again, then said to the woman, "Let's go." "What are you doing?" "Shopping." Janet immediately became interested and no longer mentioned words to encourage Simon to make progress. She reached out and put her arm around his arm and said, "Do you want to buy clothes? I can help you. Speaking of which, your ability to choose clothes is really too poor." "But, little boys look good in any clothes." "Jenny, can you change your name?" "Little bastard." "Forget it, just pretend I didn't say anything." The two came to the outside of the villa. Simon pointed to the Chevrolet SUV parked in the open space. Janet turned to the co-pilot side and touched the hood of the SUV intimately, saying hello. "Hi, big guy." Simon opened the car door and heard Janet's words. He glared at the woman on the other side helplessly. It was really provocative. After leaving the residence, Simon drove Janet around for the whole morning, but basically did not leave Santa Monica, just kept changing bookstores. After lunch in the city, they returned to the Montana area. At the long table under the trellis in the backyard garden, Janet looked at the dozens of film books such as Directing Fundamentals, Film Lens Design, and Editing Techniques piled on the table. She looked at Simon and the books suspiciously several times, and then asked hesitantly, "Little boy, you are not going to tell me that the filming is about to start, so you just remembered to learn some of these things?" Simon picked up a book casually, leaned comfortably on a recliner next to him, enjoying the afternoon sunshine sprinkled through the vines and leaves above his head, and nodded, "Yes, otherwise how can we make movies?" This is actually a small problem that Simon has recently realized. Simon plans to do a lot of the work and run Lola Run by himself. In this way, he can't tell others that his skills in filmmaking are all dropped from the sky. Now, with this pile of books, I can give those curious people a barely presentable excuse. Self-taught. So inspiring. Janet is the kind of woman who lives a life of luxury. To put it bluntly, she is very lazy. On weekdays, her little brain can think half a circle but never a full circle, but in fact she is extremely smart, which can be seen from the few words that Kathryn said to Simon. Therefore, after looking between Simon and the books for a few more times, she vaguely realized something. Then she was too lazy to think about it. Seeing Simon leaning comfortably on the recliner, she approached like a cat, squeezed in, touched and rubbed, and found that Simon had no intention of squeezing into a recliner with her, so she ran out angrily. In less than half an hour, another set of recliners was delivered by the furniture store. After a beautiful weekend with Hong Xiuxiang, Luan, the shooting date of Run Lola Run was getting closer and closer. At this time, the crew of the film had been fully assembled. Simon Westeros, director, producer, Brian De Palma, executive producer, Ron McMillan, producer, Janet Johnston, producer, Kathryn Bigelow, assistant director, Linda Vargas, casting director, Sandra Bullock, actress, Keanu Reeves, actor. In addition to the main creators, after more than a month of busy work, a series of supporting roles and behind-the-scenes staff for the film have also been basically finalized. So, September 30th, a new Monday. Although the filming has not officially started, Simon's work schedule has suddenly become tense. In a week, Simon needs to confirm too many things. Makeup of the main actors. Communicate with a confirmed animation studio about the production of the film's inserted animation. Coordinate the actors' script reading. Formal submission of a series of street shooting applications to the Santa Monica city government. Rental of shooting props. Familiarity with the behind-the-scenes staff. And so on and so forth. So busy that Simon's daily rest time was compressed to less than 6 hours. Until the weekend, when other staff members began to rest, Simon was still personally arranging the set of Lola's room. As Simon's professionalism and dedication became more and more apparent, several main creators of the crew gradually developed a sense of identity with Run Lola Run. So, when Simon was busy setting up the set for Lola's room in an apartment building in the northwest corner of the Montana area on the weekend, the three women, Kathryn, Janet, and Sandra, all came over, and producer Ron McMillan also came over, claiming that he was too idle on the weekend and was just here to help, and he didn't need to be paid overtime. To Simon's surprise, the leading actor Keanu Reeves also came over. During these days of getting along, Simon also realized that Keanu Reeves' interest in his movie was still because of the 5 leg bones that Simon had broken. Although 2 months had passed, the leg bones of the 5 young men had not recovered. Obviously, in order to avoid too much attention, when Simon was still hospitalized at the UCLA Medical Center, the 5 people hurriedly went through the transfer procedures, and it was said that they were transferred to San Diego in Southern California. However, this deliberate cover-up has made more people interested in what happened that day. At the press conference of Project X, starring Matthew Broderick, a reporter boldly asked Matthew Broderick about his opinion on the incident that day. The scene was very awkward. Simon had completely ignored it. Another weekend later, on Monday, October 7th, The Butterfly Effect officially started filming at Fox Studios. Simon even attended the film's opening ceremony on the same day. Then, on Tuesday, October 8th, Lola Run also quietly started filming in an apartment on the northwest coast of Santa Monica's Montana district. Chapter 45 This Isn't Possible. October 10th, Thursday. The third day of the filming of Lola Run, the crew still stayed in the apartment in the northwest corner of the Montana district. The scene of Lola's home leads the beginning of 3 stories, which is particularly important in the film. The crew arranged 3 full days to shoot this part of the scene, and today is the last day. It is already past 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In Lola's bedroom, after the temporary transformation, the room is less than 20 square meters, but now there are 7 or 8 people squeezed in. Counting the camera, fill light, reflector and other equipment, the small room is filled to the brim, and some people can only stay in the outer room. However, the atmosphere in the room seems quite quiet. This is actually the unanimous feeling of all the crew members since the filming of the movie started. From the first day of filming, everyone found that Simon's directing style is very alternative. He will not shout like some directors, nor will he explain to the staff in detail what kind of results he wants. Most of the time, Simon remained quiet, quietly examining the surrounding scenery, quietly using the viewfinder to consider the shots to be taken, quietly holding the light meter to observe every corner, and then giving orders in a concise manner. If it were just that, everyone might have enjoyed this relaxing shooting experience very much. Compared to the countless roars and criticisms suffered by many crews, who wouldn't want a quiet and somewhat neurotic director? However, after 3 days, most of the crew not only did not feel relaxed at all, but the pressure became greater and greater. The young director of the crew was too demanding. On the first day of shooting, Simon spent more than 2 hours just on lighting for the first shot. As a typical backlit scene, it is understandable to spend more time on lighting. However, this is not a large-scale scene in those high-budget films, but just a simple close-up shot. It took more than 2 hours to light it, which is too much anyway. Moreover, due to Simon's age, some crew members even began to doubt whether this young man really understands filmmaking. Some people even felt that Simon was just showing off his authority by doing this kind of repeated tossing. Various doubts and dissatisfactions accumulated for 3 days. When Simon repeatedly adjusted the phone drop shot for less than 1 second for more than half an hour, the crew's lighting engineer Josh Wickman finally exploded. Josh Wickman is 33 years old this year. He has been a lighting engineer in Hollywood for 17 years since he was an apprentice at the age of 16. Although he has been able to work on independent film sets due to his ordinary personal qualifications and lack of opportunities, he is still a veteran in this circle. To be fair, Josh Wickman can vaguely feel the subtlety of Simon's adjustments most of the time, but he can hardly tolerate Simon's long and repeated deliberations. This is too torturous. At this time, Josh Wickman threw away the light meter he had just held in his hand, raised his voice and said to the young man who seemed a little puzzled, "Simon, I think this set is already very good, you can't waste any more time." As Josh Wickman suddenly exploded, everyone stopped their work and looked over. After listening to Josh Wickman, Simon picked up the shooting schedule next to him and looked at it, saying, "I didn't waste time. The shooting schedule here is 3 days, and there are only the last 3 shots left. It's no problem to finish it before the end of get off work." Everyone was stunned when they heard Simon say this. After a little calculation in their hearts, everyone also found that although Simon seemed a little too harsh on many details, the shooting progress was not delayed at all. This young man seemed to know very clearly what kind of effect he wanted. Therefore, there were very few cases of hesitating to repeatedly adjust the shooting or deliberately shooting a few more shots for backup. In most cases, everyone carefully prepared a shot and then started shooting. As long as there were no accidents, there were usually only 3 or 4 shots, and then it was over. This kind of neatness and efficiency invisibly accelerated the shooting progress of the film. However, perhaps it was precisely this undelayed and compact advancement speed that unknowingly brought a lot of pressure to the staff. So, when Josh Wakeman heard Simon's explanation, he became even angrier and said, "Anyway, you can't do this anymore. Or, you don't know what you are doing, you little rookie." Noticing the dispute in the room, Ron McMillan and Sandra Bullock, who were originally in the outer room, quickly walked in. Seeing Josh Wakeman getting more and more excited, Ron McMillan immediately said with a bit of a scolding, "Josh, what's going on? What's going on?" Josh Wakeman felt Ron McMillan's questioning, but said louder, "I've had enough of it." As he said this, Josh Wakeman randomly fiddled with the reflectors that had been arranged around him, looked at Simon again, and said, "Boy, do you think you are Martin Scorsese? I tell you, I quit." After saying this, Josh Wakeman kicked a reflector again in a bachelor's way, turned around and walked out. Ron McMillan was stunned when he saw the lighting technician suddenly quit and leave after a disagreement. How could this be possible? However, Ron McMillan just wanted to chase him out, but was stopped by Simon. Simon's expression also sank at this time. He glanced around and said, "Maybe my requirements for filming are a little too strict, but I don't plan to change this situation in the future, so if you can't adapt, you can leave now." Everyone was silent. During these 3 days, Josh Wakeman was indeed tossed around a bit, which led to his explosion. Although others were also dissatisfied, they were far from resigning. In Hollywood, behind-the-scenes staff are like actors. In many cases, they are also unemployed, and it is not so easy to find a job. Simon waited for a moment and said again, "Only this time, if you leave now, we can terminate the contract very peacefully. But in the next filming, if anyone suddenly strikes again, the crew will pursue it to the end." After saying this, Simon glanced around, and until everyone nodded in agreement, he leaned over to pick up the reflector kicked to the ground by Josh Wakeman, and said, "Okay, continue filming. The lighting technicians have all left, and there is no one to set up the lights. How can we shoot?" This doubt popped up in everyone's mind. During the filming of the movie, other jobs may be able to guest star in each other's roles, but the lighting technicians have very high requirements for professional skills. Although the assistant assigned to Josh Wakeman by the crew stayed, it was obviously impossible for the other party to be competent for this job. Simon ignored everyone's thoughts and ordered the young lighting assistant to reorganize the lighting equipment. Ron McMillan looked at the situation in front of him, feeling a little helpless. He pulled Kathryn, who wanted to help, and said a few words to her. After hearing what Ron McMillan said, Kathryn came to Simon and whispered, "Simon, why don't we stop here today?" "It's okay, Kathryn, trust me." Simon gave the woman a reassuring look and pointed to the fill light next to him. "Can you help me turn that off first?" Seeing Simon's insistence, Kathryn had to nod and start to help. Ron McMillan watched the scene get busy again, so he had to leave the room and hurried to the next door. He picked up the phone and wanted to contact another lighting technician to help the crew as soon as possible. However, Ron McMillan was not one of those big-name producers, after all. He made several calls but to no avail. After hesitating for a moment, Ron McMillan sighed and also rushed to the scene to help. Being so busy, the time to get off work soon came. Although some time was wasted on the shot of the phone falling, the next few shots went very smoothly. So, everyone suddenly realized that without the lighting technician, the last few shots were completed. The young director seemed to be no worse than the professional lighting technician in terms of lighting. Although I don't know how effective it is. But think about Simon also serving as a photographer himself. Well, this seems to be barely explainable. A photographer must know something about lighting. However, it is still quite unusual for a young man in his 20s to serve as a photographer for a movie. Some people even couldn't help but wonder, if they just quit like Josh Wakeman, would the young director take on their job as well? This is impossible. With all kinds of surprises and doubts, everyone went home after get off work. As a producer, Ron McMillan was not at ease. He also had some doubts about whether the last few shots of today could be used. In fact, Ron McMillan was even a little worried about whether the shots taken in the past 3 days could be used. In any case, Simon was still too young. Moreover, Ron McMillan had always wanted to hire a professional photographer, but Simon insisted on doing it himself. This is what Ron is most worried about. So, after work, Simon took Janet to check tomorrow's shooting scene, but Ron McMillan stopped Kathryn, who wanted to go with him, and the two hurried to Fox Studios with today's film. Since it was produced at the same time as The Butterfly Effect, Brian De Palma provided Simon with a convenience. The film shot by the crew of Lola Run can be sent to the post-production center of Fox Studios to be developed together with the film of The Butterfly Effect. Of course, the cost of developing and printing still needs to be paid. But even so, the professional printing conditions of Fox Studios are not comparable to those of independent printing plants. The importance of the original negative to a movie is needless to say. The more professional the printing environment, the more guaranteed the quality of the negative. Therefore, this is also a big favor. Yesterday I asked the Fox Post-Production Center to print a sample of the negatives shot 2 days ago, and we will see the results today. When they arrived at Fox Studios, Ron McMillan took the initiative to explain to Kathryn his intention of calling her along, saying, "If, Kathryn, the effect of the sample is not satisfactory, perhaps you should be the subsequent director. After all, this is a $650,000 investment." Kathryn shook her head slightly and said, "Ron, you should have more confidence in Simon." Of course, I still have high hopes for Simon, if he can gain experience for a few years. After all, it is not glorious to conspire behind the scenes to drive the director out. Ron McMillan's expression became more embarrassed, but he still said, "But he is still too young after all, and you have seen the situation in the past few days." Kathryn smiled and said nothing more. The two came to the post-production center, and Ron McMillan was registering the crew's film today with the staff. David Giler, Brian De Palma and others happened to walk in, talking and laughing. Seeing Ron and Kathryn, several people came over to say hello. Ron was introduced to Simon by David Giler, and everyone knew Kathryn. So, after chatting for a while, they learned that Ron and Kathryn were going to see the sample footage Simon shot 2 days ago, and David and Brian became interested. Brian De Palma said, "It's just right. We also want to see the sample footage shot these days. Let's go together. I'm very much looking forward to Simon's movie." Ron and Kathryn looked at each other involuntarily when they heard Brian De Palma say this. Simon, you must shoot more normal footage. Otherwise, that would be terrible." Praying for someone secretly, David Giler gave a few instructions to the staff, and everyone walked towards the sample screening room of the post-production center. When they arrived at the screening room, there happened to be someone inside, but it was another veteran Hollywood actor, Robert Redford, and several other staff members. A movie produced by Robert Redford was recently in post-production, so he appeared here. After exchanging pleasantries, Robert Redford was about to leave, but after hearing what David Giler said, he suddenly became interested and asked, "David, is that the young man who broke 5 legs of someone else?" David Giler nodded and said, "Of course. By the way, Simon also hopes that his film can be included in the Sundance Film Festival. So, maybe you can come and see how the young man shoots it." Of course, Robert Redford nodded immediately, but still said, "But I am more interested in how the little guy broke 5 legs of someone else. 1 against 5, very impressive. Did he learn Kung Fu like Bruce Lee did back then?" David Giler smiled and said, "About that, you can ask him in person when the time comes." Hearing that Robert Redford also planned to stay, Ron and Kathryn couldn't help but start praying for Simon again. With a smile, the staff quickly sent over several samples. Brian De Palma skipped The Butterfly Effect and directly signaled the staff to show the sample of Lola Run shot by Simon first. Chapter 46 is a bit difficult. After hearing Brian De Palma's instructions, the staff randomly picked a copy of the Lola Run sample film from the copied boxes and put it into the video player. They pressed the play button and looked at the big screen on the wall. On the screen, after the board was played, the first thing that appeared in the picture was an empty shot. In the fixed point upward shot, the bright golden sunlight was projected from the window with 2 strings of half-open bamboo curtains. Under the strong light, the patterns on the bamboo curtains, the Barbie dolls in the corner, and the withered bouquets on the windowsill all gave people a sense of quiet and perfect harmony. The quality of a movie shot is basically judged by the excellence of several elements, such as composition, color, and camera movement. The shot in front of them obviously reached an impeccable level in composition, color, and light. There was no outsider in the screening room who didn't understand movies. Therefore, although they didn't see the actors' performances at the first time, Just such a simple empty shot made everyone secretly admire, beautiful. The fixed point empty shot of about 5 seconds lasted 3 times. Then, the second shot was still an empty shot. However, this time it was no longer a fixed point, but a slowly moving forward shot. In the picture, there was a photo of Lola and her boyfriend, with a red card in the shape of a radial heart, and scattered sundries on the table. The light and composition were also excellent. Then, the third shot, although still an empty shot, began to move. Lola's green plaid trouser leg was on the left, the black beer bottle was on the right, and in the middle was a slowly crawling little turtle. Compared with the first 2 empty shots, this shot was more interesting, faintly conveying a restless mood. Everyone also realized at this time that this should be a series of continuous empty shots. However, 3 shots, 3 completely different compositions, all full of imagination, showing the creator's deep aesthetic foundation. After a group of empty shots, Lola herself finally appeared in the picture. Seeing Lola's strong color style composed of fiery red hair, blue vest and green trousers, everyone in the screening room who was seeing this movie for the first time was slightly surprised. This avant-garde image that was almost like a cartoon character was still rare in Hollywood movies. However, due to the perfect empty shots just now, these people couldn't help but regard this alternative as innovation. The sample prints from the original negatives were naturally silent. The silent pictures continued to play for more than 2 minutes, and the people in the screening room had different reactions. Ron McMillan, the producer of Lola Run, was completely relieved at this time. After so many years in Hollywood, Ron could still easily judge the quality of the sample in front of him. The shots shot by Simon were countless times better than the best case he had imagined. Then, it was obvious that Simon's directing style, which was different from other directors in the past few days of filming, was not at all mysterious. This was a young man with a very high talent for filmmaking. Kathryn Bigelow had seen Simon's extraordinary talents more than once, so she had enough confidence in Simon from the beginning, and now she just enjoyed the sample with everyone. David Giler just had a thought in his mind that he was not wrong about the little guy. As for Brian De Palma, he should be the one with the highest professionalism in the whole room. Although Robert Redford and Kathryn Bigelow had some directing experience before, both of them had little experience in this area. Because of his professionalism, Brian De Palma was more and more surprised as the sample was played. After Simon gave up the cooperation with Orion, Brian De Palma did not withdraw his promise to serve as the executive producer of Lola Run. He really admired Simon, a young man. However, Brian De Palma was not without worries. In the film and television industry, the phenomenon of screenwriters turning directors is very common, but it is often a gradual process. Simon's screenwriter qualifications have just attracted the attention of Hollywood, and he can't wait to turn to directing. Brian De Palma thinks this is definitely not a wise choice. Therefore, although he has made a promise, if the future film of Lola Run is too terrible, Brian De Palma will never allow his name to appear in the subtitle list of this movie. But now, Brian De Palma has completely put aside his original worries. Brian De Palma gave a very high evaluation to the first empty shot that appeared on the screen. From a purely technical point of view, if the strong backlight scene is not handled well, there will be defects such as glare and fogging in the picture, but Simon's lens did not find these problems at all. If only this one shot is perfect, it is nothing. Then the series of backlight shots of Lola standing in front of the window to make a phone call are impeccable in all technical aspects, which is very rare. Moreover, Brian De Palma is very sure of the warm yellow tone of the film determined by Simon. Warm yellow can be said to be the most relaxing and comfortable color, and this color scheme also appears to be more cinematic. In addition, the use of various shooting techniques in the sample film from a box of 4.5 minutes of film also shows Simon's excellent lens scheduling ability. Especially the last shot in the sample film that follows Lola rushing out of the room and turning all the way to her mother's bedroom and then turning to the TV screen again. The camera movement trajectory is simply unrestrained. However, all of this is not the most surprising thing for Brian De Palma. As soon as the 4.5 minute sample was played, Brian De Palma immediately asked Ron McMillan, who was sitting on the other side, with some uncertainty, "Ron, has this sample been color matched?" In the film era, the sample printed from the initial negative had different effects in terms of color exposure and other aspects due to differences in lighting, scenery, and even the quality of the film itself during the shooting process. Therefore, After a movie is edited, the sample must be color matched by a professional colorist for each shot, and a special color scheme must be set for each shot, and then handed over to the staff of the photo finishing plant to process one by one according to the corresponding scheme. Moreover, most movies generally have to go through at least 3 color matchings to achieve the screen effect that the audience finally sees. It is not difficult to imagine how complicated the color matching process would be for a movie with thousands of shots. However, even in the digital age many years later, no movie can escape the complex color matching process. But just now, Brian De Palma found that in the 4.5-minute sample footage of Run Lola Run, there was not much obvious difference in exposure and color tone between different shots. You know, although they all belong to the same scene, the color and lighting of each shot in the sample are completely different. Therefore, including the repetitions, it is a miracle that such uniformity of color and exposure can be achieved without color matching between more than 20 shots. Ron McMillan was stunned when he heard Brian De Palma's sudden question, and asked with some doubt, "Mr. Palma, shouldn't color matching be done after the editing is completed?" Hearing the conversation between the two, David Giler, who was originally discussing the camera movement technique of the last tracking shot in the sample with Robert Redford, suddenly reacted, glanced at the darkened screen, and immediately turned to the staff next to the film viewer. "Quick, play the sample again." The screen in the room soon lit up again. Basically, everyone who had realized something stared at the big screen on the wall. Due to the shift of attention, after playing it again, everyone also found that there were still some color differences between different shots of the sample film. However, everyone had to admit that this difference was actually very small. If it weren't for the clapperboard at the beginning of each shot, the whole sample film would give people the same feeling as watching a finished movie. It can be imagined that if all the shots of the film in the future can reach the current level, it means that after the editing is completed in the future, the film may only need a very simple color matching to achieve a perfect finished effect. Has a regular Hollywood commercial film ever seen such a situation where only one color matching is needed to achieve a finished film? Yes, it has happened. The name of that movie is The Godfather. However, the person who is responsible for shooting The Godfather at that time was Gordon Willis, a top Hollywood photographer who was proficient in both lighting and scenery. Moreover, the reason why The Godfather only had one color matching was not only because of the excellent quality of the lens itself, but also because it was forced to meet the deadline. Now, a new work by a newcomer with a production cost of only a few $100,000, just by relying on the quality of the sample lens, can make people feel that this movie may only need a simple color matching to achieve the finished effect. How can this not be called a miracle? After the 4.5 minutes of sample film, David Giler immediately ordered the staff to play several more boxes of sample films. More than 20 minutes later, as the screen in the projection room darkened again, everyone was silent for a moment. Then, Robert Redford turned directly to Ron McMillan, and said with a tone of obvious urgency, "Ron, this movie, the photographer, the lighting technician, and the set designer, all introduced them to me. I must invite them to participate in my next movie." Hearing Robert Redford's words, David Giler and Brian De Palma also looked at Ron McMillan at the same time. They were unwilling to miss such outstanding behind-the-scenes talents. The two were busy with the butterfly effect during this period, and they were not very clear about some matters of the Run Lola Run crew. Ron McMillan was stared at by the three big guys, but he couldn't help twitching his mouth. This kind of request. It's a bit difficult. The photographer is the director himself. The set, it seems, was also made by the director himself. As for the lighting technician, well, this. Who is the lighting engineer? Chapter 47 Situation. In the following days, the restlessness and dissatisfaction of the crew members of Run Lola Run suddenly disappeared without a trace. Everyone became very motivated and no longer had any opinions about Simon's alternative directing style. As for the reason, has Brian De Palma seen it? Carrie and Scarface. Alive. Has David Giler seen it? Alien and 9 Angry Men. Alive. Has Robert Redford seen it? Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid and Out of Africa. Alive. For the staff who could only mix in low-cost independent crews in the past, these are all a group of high-ranking Hollywood bosses. But they all visited the inconspicuous crew of Run Lola Run one after another. Moreover, in addition to Brian De Palma, David Giler and Robert Redford also expressed that they could be named executive producers of Run Lola Run. This is even more rare. You know, If we had known that Brian De Palma would be the executive producer, we wouldn't have been dissatisfied at all, and Josh Wickman, that idiot, would never have left rashly. Now two heavyweights have come at the same time. Who is Simon Westeros? Who cares? But if you participate in a work where Brian De Palma, David Giler, and Robert Redford, three Hollywood bigwigs, are the executive producers, this is real qualification. In the future job search process, adding this to your resume may soon be able to join the mainstream commercial film circle. Simon also learned from Ron and Kathryn what happened in the screening room of Fox Studios that day, and he went to watch the sample film in person the next day. Simon was also very surprised at his shooting results. He didn't expect that he could do so well in advance. As his first directorial work in Hollywood, Simon just squeezed out all the potential of more than 10 memories in his mind as much as possible. Looking at the sample film of Run Lola Run, Simon even felt that he seemed to have overperformed. However, Simon did not hold back afterwards. Since he has already made a name for himself, he should be more prominent. In addition, with the support of the three big guys, Simon soon became able to command this small crew. Busy days always pass quickly. In a blink of an eye, it was the last day of October, the fourth week of the filming of Run Lola Run. Tonight is Halloween, a very important holiday for Americans. It happens to be Friday, and the weekend is coming. Therefore, the festive atmosphere is getting stronger. The crew of Run Lola Run filmed the scene of Lola entering the casino these 2 days. There are casinos in Los Angeles, and Simon even went to a casino in the city center to see it. However, there are no casinos in Santa Monica. Of course. This is not a problem. The director said that there must be a casino, so there was a casino. The crew rented a banquet hall in a hotel in the Midtown area of Santa Monica and quickly set up the casino. Compared with other scenes in Run Lola Run, the casino scene is definitely a big scene. In the past 2 days, the crew invited more than 50 extras. Even so, with the help of Ron, Kathryn and others, Simon still managed the shooting rhythm very well. However, with more people, some problems are inevitable. Sandra found that her prop ring was lost just after the afternoon shooting started. In the original version of Run Lola Run, Lola wore all kinds of strange jewelry on both hands. But in the new version, Simon only designed a wide ring for the heroine. The silver ring, which is 1 centimeter wide, is engraved with a striking butterfly pattern. This is also the third butterfly effect hint buried by Simon. For such a small prop, Simon would naturally not customize only one. After getting all 3 finished rings, Sandra liked them very much. Simon gave all 3 rings to the girl for safekeeping and did not plan to take them back after the shooting was over. Although they are pure silver, the 3 rings together are actually not worth much. Now that this little thing is lost, things have become a little troublesome. Sandra never thought that the ring she had been wearing on her hand would be lost, so she did not bring a spare one. All the shots in the afternoon were related to Sandra. Simon didn't want to let these small details go wrong, so he hurriedly sent an assistant director to Sandra's apartment in West Hollywood to get props. Sandra herself had to stay to touch up her makeup. Then, things changed again. Sandra put the spare ring in a small safe she bought. The girl didn't want to tell outsiders the password, so she signaled the assistant director to bring the safe directly to the crew. Think about it. A big and strong man broke into a girl's apartment and carried a safe out. What kind of scene is this? Then, the neighbor called the police. After a lot of trouble, when Ron and Sandra rushed to the Hollywood police station to bring back the unlucky assistant director, it was almost an hour later. Perhaps affected by this incident, the subsequent shooting was not smooth. In desperation, the crew had to announce 2 hours of overtime. Only the last few simple shots were left. Although overtime would cost expensive overtime fees, it would definitely save a lot of money than renting and setting up the scene here again next week. If it were any other time, overtime would be fine. But tonight was Halloween, which many people were looking forward to. The crew was fine, but many extras were a little reluctant. After some communication and the promise of extra compensation, everyone reluctantly agreed. Fortunately, around 7 o'clock in the evening, the casino scenes were finally completed smoothly. After work, Simon was watching the staff sorting out a series of rented casino props, but Ron came over with a white young man in his 30s. The young man was about 1.8 meters tall, wearing a casual shirt and trousers, with short brown hair and some stubble, and looked a little unkempt. The two approached, and without waiting for Ron to introduce, The young man took the initiative to extend his hand to Simon, smiling and introducing himself. Simon Westeros. Hello, I'm Peter Butler, a reporter from the Los Angeles Times. Simon shook hands with the other party with some surprise, and said, I know, I happened to read your article about the butterfly effect. Also, Joe called me 2 days ago, but I think I refused. With Brian De Palma and 3 others acting as executive producers, and the film's location shooting in recent days, Sandra's eye-catching look inevitably attracted a lot of attention. More and more people in Hollywood have noticed the movie Lola Run. Then, Agent Jonathan Friedman called Simon 2 days ago and said that Peter Butler, a reporter from the Los Angeles Times, wanted to interview him and the Lola Run crew. Simon has been so busy these days that he doesn't want to deal with these things. Moreover, now is far from the time for Lola Run to be exposed in the media, so he refused. Unexpectedly, the other party would suddenly appear in the crew today. Peter Butler heard Simon's words, smiling as usual, and unconsciously changed his address, saying, Simon, Mr. Run invited me here. In fact, I have been on the crew for the whole afternoon, but you didn't notice. Also, I wonder if you can spare some time, maybe we can chat casually. Simon glanced at his producer. Although he understood Ron's intention to gain some exposure for the movie, he was still a little dissatisfied with his presumptuous decision. Feeling Simon's dissatisfaction, Ron had to take the initiative to say, Simon, this is actually a good opportunity, isn't it? We still have to distribute our film in the future. Simon still shook his head insistently, turned to Peter Butler and said, Mr. Butler, I'm really sorry, I'm very busy recently, so let's forget about this matter. Peter Butler heard this, but was not discouraged. Instead, he raised the camera hanging on his chest, with a bit of cunning in his eyes, and said, in fact, Simon, I have obtained enough materials to write an article. However, I also know that now is not the best time to expose Lola Run. So, if you agree to take time to accept my interview, I can save this article for the Sundance Film Festival after the new year. Simon's eyes flashed when he heard Peter Butler's conditions. It's November soon, and there are only more than 2 months left before the Sundance Film Festival in January next year. Sundance is exactly the time when Simon wants to push Lola Run to the front. I didn't expect that the reporter in front of him would guess his thoughts so accurately. After hesitating for a moment, Simon said, tomorrow at noon, from 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock in the afternoon, at Fox Studios, you only have 1 hour. Peter Butler immediately extended his right hand again and said with a smile, then I am looking forward to meeting you tomorrow. Chapter 48 Halloween. After arranging everything, it was completely dark. Simon said goodbye to Ron McMillan and others in the parking lot. Just as he was about to get in the car and leave, Sandra Bullock ran over again. Feeling Simon's puzzled gaze, Sandra's face flashed with embarrassment, but she still said, Simon, there is a carnival in West Hollywood tonight. Do you want to come? Because it was Halloween night, the streets outside the parking lot were already filled with all kinds of strange people, and it seemed very lively. In fact, the holiday celebrations in Los Angeles attractions such as Universal Studios and Disneyland tonight will be even more grand. Although he had some memories, Simon still wanted to experience the Halloween activities in North America in person. However, facing Sandra's invitation, Simon was a little hesitant. Janet had already proposed that everyone celebrate Halloween together a few days ago. In order to prepare for the festival, she simply did not come to the set today. At noon, she called Kathryn over and said that she was too busy. Now, the 2 women are at his house. Noticing Simon's hesitation, Sandra felt a little disappointed. Just as she was about to say that it was okay if she didn't have time, Simon said, okay, but Kathryn and Jenny might also go with us, is that okay? It seemed that he really had a close relationship with those 2 women. However, judging from the situation in recent days, this matter seemed to be obvious. Feeling even more disappointed, Sandra still smiled and nodded, of course, it will be more lively if everyone is together. Simon gestured to the street next to him, so, where's it? It's the Santa Monica Boulevard section in West Hollywood. You can see it directly from this side. I'll wait for you on Holloway Street, which is the street that extends west from the turning point of Santa Monica Boulevard. There's a large parking lot on Holloway Street. You can park your car there when the time comes. 9 o'clock, how about it? It was already past 7 o'clock in the afternoon. Simon thought about it and thought that 2 hours after dinner should be enough, so he nodded in agreement. The two parted ways, and Simon drove his SUV through the crowded streets of downtown Santa Monica and returned to the Montana area. The houses on both sides of the road were all decorated with lights today, and every household hung eye-catching pumpkin lanterns. When he arrived at his door, there were two extra-large pumpkin lanterns that were 1 meter high in front of the villa, like two strange house-guarding beasts. There were also several strings of beautiful small pumpkin lanterns hanging from the roadside to the door of the villa. Because of the holiday decorations, he couldn't drive the car into the yard, so Simon could only park the SUV on the side of the road. After getting off the car and coming to the door, Simon took a few special glances and found that the two extra-large pumpkins at the door were real. He was suddenly a little worried. Such a big pumpkin, one is estimated to be 100 or 200 kilograms, how can I eat it? I can't throw it away, right? Spendthrift woman. After repeating this in his heart again, Simon opened the door and walked into the villa, with a faint smell of food floating in the air. Hearing the noise, Janet immediately ran out of the kitchen. Kathryn also leaned over to greet Simon, but then shrank back, probably busy with something. Simon, wait a moment, it will be ready soon. Janet took Simon's men's shoulder bag like a young wife, pushed him to sit on the sofa in the living room, picked up the remote control to turn on the TV, and then ran back to the kitchen. Okay. I'll just drink pumpkin soup for the next month. Pumpkin seems to be quite durable. Leaning on the sofa, Simon thought so and couldn't help looking around again. The villa is no longer empty as it was at the beginning. All kinds of furniture and appliances are basically complete. Simon naturally has no energy to decorate these. A month ago, since buying the first recliner, Janet began to move things into the villa like an ant-moving house, and finally simply made a set of spare keys and decorated it like a hostess. Not only the living room, but the whole villa has been basically cleaned up by the woman. Moreover, under the pretext of creating a mural with the theme of butterfly effect for Lola Run, Janet also set up a studio for herself in the villa. She must rest when she is tired of painting, so she set up a bedroom. Knowing that Simon would personally compose the soundtrack for Lola Run, the woman also transported the piano from her Malibu mansion here. Up to now, the whole villa is basically filled with Janet's atmosphere, even Simon himself, who is now burdened with a series of IOUs imposed by the woman, and it is estimated that there are at least hundreds of thousands of dollars. Because she grew up in a wealthy family, Janet's standard for selecting furniture and electrical appliances is to choose the right ones and the expensive ones. Simon certainly does not have enough money to fill a villa with a total of 16 rooms. Therefore, every time Janet purchased a piece of furniture, she would issue an IOU, and then happily pester Simon to press his fingerprints. The woman has now accumulated a thick stack of IOUs, which she often shakes in her hands and looks at Simon with an expression as if she were looking at Zitter. Having lived two lives, Simon has a desire to accumulate wealth and will be frugal when necessary. But deep down, Simon is actually very indifferent to money, so he lets Janet do whatever she wants. As for Janet's thoughts, Simon is not a rookie who doesn't understand the world, so he naturally knows it. Although he is not ready to accept a relationship, Simon will not reject a woman who likes him. Simon has always felt that it is not easy for a person to meet a few people who are really good to him in his lifetime besides his closest relatives. If you meet them, you must cherish them. After sitting on the sofa to rest for a while, Simon got up and walked towards the kitchen. Passing by the restaurant, Simon unexpectedly saw a very eye-catching roast turkey in the middle of the dining table. He came to the kitchen, washed his hands, and skillfully took the kitchen knife from Kathryn's hand and cut carrots, saying, "Is there a mistake? It's not Thanksgiving, so how can there be a turkey?" Kathryn handed the task of cutting vegetables to Simon, walked to the side, opened a soup pot and looked at it, stirred it gently with a spoon, and smiled. "I don't know, it must be a mistake." Janet took out a plate of apple pie from the oven wearing heat-insulating gloves, glanced at Simon, and said, "I like to eat turkey, is it not okay?" Of course, Simon nodded immediately and said, "Also, do you like pumpkin? The two big ones outside the door, you can take them away later." Janet simply shook her head, "I don't like it, but I'll leave it for you to use during the winter." "Forget it, I'm hibernating. I'll wake you up. I'm very irritable when I wake up, and I'll eat people when I just wake up. It doesn't matter, I'll take Kate with me." Kathryn listened to the two people bickering with a smile, and said at this time, "Why do you have to take me with you? Can't you bring a shotgun?" Yes, Kate is smart. Simon looked very hurt and said something in Chinese. Women are the most vicious. Janet was surprised. Hey, what language is this? Hebrew. Kathryn agreed. I remember Simon said he knew Hebrew. Hebrew is not like this. Janet shook her head, tilted her head and thought for a moment, and said, I remember, it's Chinese. I happened to hear my old man talking about business with someone a few years ago. Hearing this, Kathryn looked at Simon for confirmation. Simon nodded in approval. Janet glanced at Simon again and said to Kathryn, Kate, there are so many interesting things hidden in the little boy's head. Maybe we can find time to dig it out. No need to dig. In fact, I was abducted by aliens when I was a child. Ugh. Haha. Okay, no more jokes. Simon smiled and said, hurry up and eat. We will go to West Hollywood to participate in the carnival later. Janet was dissatisfied and said, but I want to go to Universal Studios. It's too far and it's a bit late. If you want to go, you can go earlier tomorrow afternoon, Simon advised. Besides, I have an appointment with Sandy. She will wait for us there. Janet was even more dissatisfied when she heard this. She snorted and said, damn man, Kate and I helped you prepare dinner at home, but you went to hook up with other women. Although she said so, after a lively dinner, Janet did not refuse to go to West Hollywood. However, the 3 Halloween costumes prepared by the woman were temporarily replaced. Originally, there was a knight's helmet, a princess's dress, and a witch's dress. It was obvious who they corresponded to. Now, Kathryn became a knight, and Janet was still a princess. Simon put on a black robe and became a witch. Oh, no, a wizard. Santa Monica Boulevard starts in Hollywood, passes through West Hollywood, Beverly Hills and Santa Monica City, and goes all the way to Santa Monica Beach. The total length is more than 20 kilometers. Looking down at Los Angeles from above, Santa Monica Boulevard is like a straw, with only an obvious turning point at the section where West Hollywood turns to Beverly Hills. The 3 of them got ready and drove from the Montana area, heading north from Sunset Boulevard to West Hollywood, and easily found the agreed Holloway Street. Sandra was already waiting outside a parking lot on Holloway Street. The girl was wearing the costume from the daytime run Lola Run, with red hair, a blue vest, green pants, and big leather shoes. She looked like a Halloween costume without any dressing up. The Halloween event had already begun. After a few people exchanged a few simple greetings, they walked together to Santa Monica Boulevard not far ahead, and soon merged into the dense crowd. Simon didn't know how many people had gathered in West Hollywood tonight. Looking around, the middle of the road was full of all kinds of monsters and ghosts. On both sides of the guardrail, people who were not wearing makeup but just came to watch were also crowded together, which seemed very lively. Before Rebirth, various festivals had become increasingly dull, either flocking to tourist attractions like canning factories, or busy with formal welcoming and sending off. At this time, mixed in with the crowds of hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people celebrating, lights, people, cheers, laughter. Unconsciously, Simon once again experienced a long-lost and pure festival atmosphere. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49 I Can't. As the Halloween carnival atmosphere continued until the early morning, Simon drove Sandra back to her apartment in West Hollywood before driving the 2 women back to the Montana area. It was already late at night, and the pumpkin lanterns of all sizes outside the villa were still on. Simon parked the SUV and the 2 women got out of the back seat. Kathryn and Janet's cars were parked nearby. However, after getting out of the car, Janet held Kathryn's arm tightly and stared at Simon with sparkling eyes, with no intention of leaving and returning to Malibu. Simon just smiled and followed Janet's wishes. He looked at Kathryn and said, "It's late, Kathryn. If you don't mind, you can stay tonight." Kathryn was still a little hesitant, but Janet had already pulled her towards the door. "Kate, we sleep in the same room tonight. I just bought a big bed." Janet suddenly remembered something and turned her head and said, "Hey, little boy, I seem to have forgotten to prepare toothbrushes. You drive to buy some. Also, shower gel, shampoo, oh, towels, a few towels are needed." Simon watched Kathryn being dragged into the villa by Janet, shrugged, and opened the car door again. He rushed to a nearby 24-hour convenience store and hurriedly bought a lot of daily necessities and handed them to the two women. Simon also washed up and quickly rested. In another bedroom of the villa, Kathryn came out of the shower and gently tidied her hair that had just been blow-dried. She saw Janet on the big bed hugging a pillow and staring at the door, and asked curiously, "What's the matter?" Janet squeezed the soft pillow into her arms, opened her eyes wide, looked at Kathryn seriously, and said, "Kate, if the little bastard comes to attack at night, I will stop him. You must run quickly." Kathryn couldn't help laughing and said, "Do you need me to call the police?" Janet immediately shook her head. "Of course not." Kathryn walked to the bed, pulled back the quilt and sat on it, and said, "Okay, Jenny, it's late, go to bed. Simon won't come to attack at night." "Well." Janet lay down on the bed with a distressed look on her face, turned over, leaned against Kathryn, and said, "I'm just worried. What if he doesn't come to attack at night?" Kathryn reached out to help Janet tidy up her messy blonde hair, still with a smile on her face, and said, "Then you can only go by yourself." Actually, Janet rubbed her head against Kathryn's body and said, "I just went over to check, and the little bastard locked the bedroom door." Kathryn reached out and touched Janet's face, saying, "Jenny, you've been chasing Simon hard enough. If you keep going like this, be careful that he will be scared away by you. It's not easy to fall in love with a man, so of course I have to keep a close eye on him," Janet said, and then said, "Okay, let him go tonight." Kathryn reached out to turn off the lights in the room, took off her bathrobe, lay down on the bed, and said, "Then, go to sleep." Janet also rustled for a while and huddled in the quilt. Then, she continued to rustle. After a moment, a small hand reached out to Kathryn. Kathryn grabbed Janet's restless arm and said, "What's wrong?" In the dark, Janet whispered, "Kate, hold it for me." Kathryn was a little confused. When she came to her senses, she smiled and casually held Janet's wrist, saying, "Okay, I'm not as strong as Simon." Although Kathryn didn't use any force, Janet still hummed a few times as if her sensitive spot was touched, looking very satisfied. Then she finally quieted down. Kathryn saw that Janet stopped talking, but she suddenly didn't feel sleepy anymore. But if he really broke in, would she really have to run away quickly? But what if he caught her first? With such a strong guy, she would definitely not be able to escape. What should she do then? All kinds of thoughts were flying around, and Kathryn suddenly lost her sleepiness. Jenny must not have locked the bedroom door, so should she get out of bed and lock the door? Should she? Or not? Unconsciously, a small hand touched her again, startling Kathryn, who was immersed in her thoughts. This time, Janet spoke first. "Kate, you can't sleep either, right?" Kathryn pretended to be dissatisfied and said, "If you hadn't made trouble, I would have almost fallen asleep." Janet chuckled a few times, and her voice became low, saying, "Kate, I can actually see that the little bastard has a good impression of you." Kathryn's mind suddenly became more scattered, and she said, "Don't talk nonsense, you two are okay. Simon and I are impossible." Kathryn studied at the San Francisco Art Institute, and then transferred to New York. After working for a few years, she reapplied for Columbia University to study for a master's degree in film. When she and Janet met at Columbia University, Janet had just started her undergraduate studies. Therefore, although Janet was still older than Simon, the two were still a good match. As for herself, Kathryn sighed secretly in her heart. She was a person who was absolutely unwilling to compromise, and the several relationships she tried over the years all ended in failure. Since she couldn't find the right partner, she would remain single. Sometimes she even thought that she might stay single forever. Then, this year, she suddenly met two pretty good men. However, the first one got married, and during this period, she had completely given up some of her thoughts. As for the other one, it seemed even more impossible. It seemed that she was really destined to be single for the rest of her life. Kathryn thought with some self-pity, and Janet heard her words and said, "Kate, do you think that little bastard would care about these things? But this is the first time I like a man. Please don't compete with me, okay?" Kathryn nodded, trying to make her tone more relaxed, and said with a smile, "Okay. I know, Kate, you are the best to me." Janet suddenly came over and hugged the woman next to her, but then said, "Actually, as long as you don't compete with me, you two can do some bad things behind my back." Kathryn was stunned for a moment, and said helplessly, I won't do that. Janet immediately responded, yeah, that's best. So, the bedroom was quiet for a moment again. After a while, Kathryn couldn't help but ask, Jenny, can you tolerate your man doing bad things behind your back? Janet replied without hesitation, yes. But, how can this be possible? Why not? Why? What a strange question. Something seems wrong? Kathryn looked at the dark room and said hesitantly, it shouldn't be possible. Shouldn't a couple in love be loyal to each other? Of course, Janet nodded, and then said, but loyalty and desire are two completely different things. The man I'm eyeing is so outstanding, of course it's impossible for him to only have one woman. Have you ever seen an outstanding man who only has one woman in his life? Kathryn thought about it and said uncertainly, there should be many, right? Those people you are thinking of are either just unknown to you, or they are just a name only, Janet said with certainty. Anyway, my man will definitely not only have one woman. Kathryn listened to Janet's words, and suddenly remembered the domestic violence theory that she had talked about with her some time ago. She immediately felt that she should not discuss it with this girl anymore, otherwise she might be led astray. However, after hesitating for a moment, Kathryn couldn't help but ask, so, will you tell him that you don't care about his cheating? Of course not, I'm not a fool, Janet said immediately, and if I find out if he does this, I will definitely be very angry. Then what? Then, drive away the woman I found out. Kathryn paused again and said, Jenny, this is not a good thing. Think about it, if the man you like falls in love with another woman because of this, and insists on breaking up with you, what will you do then? Janet stroked Kathryn's body gently with her little hand, and said softly, God will forgive him. Huh? Janet repeated in a murmur, God will forgive him. Kathryn was very puzzled, and asked, then, what about you? Janet's tone was still soft, and she said, I won't. Kathryn was still full of doubts, but she just patted Janet on the body like an elder sister, and said, okay, I really don't understand you. The early morning sunlight unknowingly broke into the gap between the bedroom curtains. Perhaps because she was sleeping in an unfamiliar environment, Kathryn woke up early even though she fell asleep very late last night. Janet was still sleeping beside her. Kathryn looked at her for a few seconds, then got out of bed quietly, washed up, and walked out of the bedroom. It was already 8 o'clock in the morning. She wanted to go to the kitchen to prepare some food for everyone, but she unexpectedly found Simon sitting in the dining room, eating and reading a newspaper. There was a pencil on the table. Good morning, Kathryn. Seeing her appear, Simon stood up and said, do you want to eat? I've made breakfast and was just wondering whether I should wake you up. Good morning, Kathryn gestured to Simon and said, I'll do it myself. After going to the kitchen to get a portion of breakfast, Kathryn sat down next to Simon and asked, are you going to Fox Studios today? Simon nodded, yes, I should be able to finish the first rough cut in the next 2 days. Kathryn said, actually, you can take a break. After all, today is Halloween, and it's the weekend. When the film is finished, there will definitely be a lot of rest time, Simon said, picking up the pencil on the table and casually making a mark on the newspaper in front of him. Kathryn noticed Simon's action, glanced over curiously, and asked, what are you doing? Chapter 50, Little People. Simon pushed the Hollywood Reporter in his hand towards Kathryn and said with a smile, someone actually put Jack Nicholson and Meryl Streep together to shoot a romantic comedy. The guy who made such a decision is really a genius. Kathryn listened to Simon's sarcastic tone and imagined the scene of Jack Nicholson and Meryl Streep talking about love. She also felt a little funny for some reason. Curious, Kathryn simply pulled the newspaper in front of her and found that Simon had just read a news about Paramount Pictures' upcoming release of the movie Fire Inside. Fire Inside is a romantic comedy starring Jack Nicholson and Meryl Streep, which will be released in the summer of this year. The film invested $20 million, but only recovered $25 million at the box office. In order to recover funds as soon as possible, Paramount plans to release the videotape at the end of November. After a brief comment on Fire Inside, the article in The Hollywood Reporter mainly discussed the movie window period issue that the industry is concerned about. After browsing the news, Kathryn found that the mark Simon had just made was only on a name mentioned casually in the article. This is the screenwriter of Inner Fire, named Nora Ephron. Looking up again, Kathryn asked curiously, Simon, what happened to Nora Ephron? Simon drank the rest of the milk, put down the cup, and said, "I read the review of Inner Fire a few months ago and was very interested in the plot of this movie. So, if there is a chance in the future, maybe I can cooperate with her." There may not be many people who know about Nora Ephron. But if you mention Sleepless in Seattle, you must be familiar with it. Nora Ephron is the director and screenwriter of Sleepless in Seattle. Of course, this movie has not appeared yet. Moreover, among Nora Ephron's works, Simon's favorite is not Sleepless in Seattle, but another less well-known film called When Harry Met Sally. Simon has always felt that When Harry Met Sally should be the pinnacle of Nora Ephron's love movies. It just so happened that When Harry Met Sally would be released in the next few years, and Simon had just been thinking about whether he could have the chance to snatch the movie, so he made a mark on Nora Ephron's name. However, this thought obviously couldn't be explained to Kathryn, so he just joked casually. In any case, it was really too much to let Jack Nicholson and Meryl Streep make a love movie. Judging from the main creative lineup, this is obviously another CAA packaged project. Kathryn could feel Simon's reservations, but she didn't ask any more questions. She actually quite agreed with Janet's point of view. The little boy in front of her must have many unknown secrets in his mind. Thinking of Janet, the situation in the bedroom last night came to mind. Glancing at Simon, who had finished breakfast, the woman's mind suddenly became a little scattered. She quickly lowered her eyes and picked up the knife and fork to pretend to deal with a fried egg. Simon cleaned up the dishes and said to the woman who was looking down, "Kathryn, take your time eating. I'm going to Fox Studios first." Kathryn hummed, noticed Simon's action, and said, "Simon, I'll clean up later. Anyway, there's Jenny's." Simon smiled and nodded, saying, "Okay." After saying that, Simon still put his dishes in the kitchen sink before walking out. Kathryn saw Simon leave the restaurant, thought for a moment, put down her knife and fork, and followed him out. It was already November, and although it was spring all year round in Los Angeles, the weather at this time of year was a bit chilly. Simon took his coat off the hanger, and Kathryn, who followed him, took it naturally, unfolded it and helped Simon put it on, and even reached out to adjust the rolled-up collar. Simon smiled and let the woman do what she wanted. Finally, he picked up his bag and put it on his shoulder. He looked at Kathryn, who was wearing a burgundy turtleneck sweater, and said, "Well, goodbye." Kathryn felt Simon's slightly tentative and hopeful eyes, but Janet's sparkling eyes suddenly appeared in her mind. She took a step back and pretended to look at Simon's clothes to see if there was anything wrong. She smiled nonchalantly and said, "Goodbye." Simon didn't force it. He nodded and left the house. In order to ensure more post-production time as much as possible, Simon's basic work rhythm in the past month was to shoot the film on weekdays, make rough cuts on the sample film on weekends, sort out various shooting plans in the evening, and take time to write some soundtracks. The shooting of Run Lola Run has been completed by 2/3, and the shots from the beginning of the film to Lola's first run have all been shot. Simon's focus in the past few weekends has been on the rough cut of the first running scene. The development of film editing is basically a small cycle from non-linear editing to linear editing and then to non-linear editing. The earliest film editing was completely a direct operation on film. The editor could remove, reduce and replace the film at will, so it was non-linear editing. But the workload of this most primitive non-linear editing was extremely large. For a movie, based on 10 hours of footage, the cumulative length of all the film is no longer a few meters, but 20 kilometers. It is conceivable how complicated the whole process would be to edit a movie from dozens of kilometers of film. Then, the emergence of linear editing finally freed the editor from the dozens of kilometers of film. The principle of linear editing is to record the content of the film lens onto a tape, and then transcribe the material on the tape onto another tape according to the editing plan. This editing method greatly reduces the workload of the editor, and it is a WYSIWYG mode, which can monitor the editing results at any time, so it quickly became popular. However, the disadvantages of linear editing are also very obvious. The editor can only edit the pictures on the tape in a linear order, and the slightly more flexible operation is just to insert and replace the same length of time on the tape. However, if you want to delete, reduce, or replace shots of non-equal lengths on the finished editing results, it is impossible. This mode is actually similar to a music tape. For a 5-minute song, if a person presses the record button and howls along, he can replace his voice, but the song is still 5 minutes long. If you want to make it 4.5 minutes, you can only rearrange it and re-record it. After linear editing, More advanced nonlinear editing appeared in the late 1980s. By transcribing film images into digital images, nonlinear operations similar to original manual editing can be performed on editing software. One thing that must be said is that in the film era, whether it is the original manual editing, the later linear editing, or even the digital nonlinear editing, it is actually just a means of editing. After a movie completes the post-production processes such as editing and sound tricking, it must eventually be manually edited according to the results of the film, so that a film copy that can be screened in theaters can be obtained. Now in 1986, digital nonlinear editing has just sprouted, and the technology is far from mature. Simon can only do the post-production of Lola Run on a linear editing machine. Although he had never been exposed to linear editing in his previous life, he had these experiences and other memories. Simon hired an assistant to help him get familiar with a linear editing machine at Fox Studios on the first weekend, and he has been working alone for the past few weeks. Regardless of the era, editors are a lonely profession that tests patience. The linear editing equipment at Fox Studios is charged by the hour, and Simon is not willing to waste time at all. He rushed to Fox Studios, sat down in front of the editing table, looked at the two old CRT monitors in front of him, and listened to the clicking sound of the machine when it was running. Unknowingly, a whole morning had passed. It was not until the staff reminded Simon that he came back to his senses from his focused work and remembered that he had agreed to an interview with a reporter from the Los Angeles Times at noon yesterday. He hurried to the gate of Fox Studios. Peter Butler had been waiting for a while. After apologizing a few times, Simon did not take him into the studio, but chose a restaurant on the street outside the studio. The two sat down in the restaurant and ordered lunch. Peter Butler turned on a recorder and placed it on the table. He said with a natural familiarity in his tone, "So, you are still working on weekends?" "Yeah," Simon nodded. "Aren't you the same?" Peter Butler smiled and said, "It seems that we already have something in common, which is good." Simon also smiled. "Speaking of which, Peter, why are you interested in me? Compared to the Los Angeles Times, I'm just an insignificant little person, right?" Peter Butler shrugged and said, "Actually, I'm also a small person in the Los Angeles Times. Interviewing Spielberg is definitely nothing to do with me." "I understand. This is another common point. It's a pity there is no wine, otherwise we could have a drink." Peter Butler smiled and continued, "But, Simon, to be fair, I don't think you are an insignificant little person at all." Simon just smiled. Peter Butler also continued to talk on his own. "I did some research on you beforehand. You should have come to Los Angeles in June, and then, as a newcomer, you were unexpectedly signed by WMA Vice President Jonathan Friedman and became his only screenwriter client. Then, WMA broke out in an internal fight, which was still related to you. Then, the incident in Santa Monica at the end of July, although there was little discussion in the newspapers, as far as I know, only our Los Angeles Times suppressed 2 reports that attempted to explore the incident. In addition, you and Fox Films too, Simon, even if we only count the members of the Writers Guild, the average annual salary of Hollywood screenwriters is less than $20,000. Then, less than half a year after entering Hollywood, you have already started directing your first movie, Lola Run. What is even more surprising is that several Hollywood bigwigs, Brian De Palma, David Giler and Robert Redford, have stated that they will be executive producers of this movie, which is very rare in Hollywood. So, Simon, no matter from which point of view, you can't be considered a small person. Small people can't do these things. Quotation mark. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.